Good morning, everyone. Everyone, please grab a seat. We are about to begin. Welcome, 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 everyone. All right. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of our conference. It has been a lovely day yesterday, and I'm excited for today as well. We have exciting talks lined up, and our first panel of the day is the African Intermediaries panel. But before we begin, can you please do me a favor? Turn to someone on your left or your right. Say, hello, explorer. Hello, explorer. Hello, explorer. There we go, there we go, there we go. We are all explorers, and we are all interested in activating the space, being change makers in the space. But from now, I'd really like to introduce our panel moderator. Her name is Dr. Tegan Bristow. She's a researcher and senior lecturer at the Wits School of Arts. Bristow additionally acts as the editor-in-chief and digital editor of the Eclipses Journal of the Creative Research. Bristow directed Fak'ugesi's African Digital Innovative Festival from 2016 to 2020, and now works closely between Fak'ugesi Festival and the Wits School of Arts, developing research on the digital creative industries in Africa. Please put your hands together for Dr. Tegan, everybody. Yes.
Hi.
Right.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. We're starting a bit late because one of our panelists flew in from Lagos this morning and was delayed and then got caught by customs and is literally on a shuttle on his way here, and he's going to storm in the door in any minute. So I've decided just to start and introduce you to what the panel's about, and then I'll invite up the panelists to come and discuss their work and what it is that they do. So the focus on intermediaries is actually supported by the GIZ, the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, in collaboration with Wits University Digital Arts Department, where I work, and of course the Fak'ugesi African Digital Innovation Festival, where we are today. So essentially, the focus on intermediaries is really about understanding the landscape of intermediaries, specifically for the digital creative industries, and the focus on animation, gaming, and immersive media specifically, but we do kind of open that up a little bit more. And this started actually with the boot camp that we ran last year with the GIZ on basically trying to understand how to teach and unpack what young intermediaries need to do on the African continent. But you'll hear more about that later. We kind of thinking about intermediaries, why are intermediaries important, essentially? So without intermediaries working to support the digital creative industry, its respective sectors will not thrive. So we understand, for instance, that we need to improve quality and marketability of content, in addition to finding ways to aggregate and build digital platforms to secure copyright and collections infrastructure. So the intermediaries, which I'll talk to in a minute of who they are and why they are the vital sticky glue, essentially, between the creator and the market, and make things happen between them. And we often don't look at them, and we often don't acknowledge them. So this focus is really about acknowledging them and understanding their needs, and specifically in Africa, where it's very underdeveloped. We found out that there's an infancy of intermediary roles on the continent. So many people who are producers or animators are also acting as publishers or distributors. So this is an issue because we're seeing one person hold multiple roles. They're not quite sure how do you work between being a producer and a distributor. These are very specialized roles, in fact, so they need to be built out and understood better. So this is part of the work that we're doing, is to understand what these roles are, so that there can be development for the roles rather than having single people taking on multiple roles for the sector. And then the other thing that we found is that value chains are really not well understood and have gaps. So each of the sectors that we look at, animation, gaming, immersive media, has very specific value chains of its own. Some of them align with film, for instance, so VR, 360 VR, and animation often align with the distribution and market avenues of film, but their production mechanisms are completely different. Gaming, for instance, sits in its own value chain, where it builds a lot more like IT, app development, you taking it to console or you're taking it to mobile, and even those two streams are very, very different. So how you distribute, publish, and monetize is very different, and it's not well understood. So one of the things that we're trying to do is make sense of what that is and where people fit into that. So an example that I do have, for instance, of gaming. So we know that in Africa, mobile gaming is the most accessible type of gaming. And best kind of mobile game for Africa is free-to-play games, which should have advertising in it. And yet, local advertisers don't know how to stream into gaming. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. There's a sense of like where the different aspects fit together. It's not well understood. Sorry, I'm like repeating myself now. So who are intermediaries? So these people always ask, who are these people? And we made quite a long list to start because we wanted to really unpack all the different kinds of roles and how they interact with each other. So these are publishers, distributors, content aggregators, so people who basically bring lots of content together and show it, festivals and expos like this one, incubators, people who are taking things into production and also often helping with distribution and publishing. Professional training bodies, professional networks, so industry bodies on the continent currently work quite a lot as professional networks rather than as formal industry bodies, so we find that professional networks are really significant for the African continent. And then those leading policy development and advocating for the industry, so from government and the people that intersect with government, the different agencies that intersect with government. In addition to those funding and investing in the industry, like the GIZ and some of the other partners that we've been speaking to at the festival. So this is who we're talking to at the moment. These are who we're trying to unpack who they are. And we've been doing a nice big bunch of research on them, how they came to be, where they are, what it is that they're actually doing. And like I said before, we're finding that single people or single entities are holding multiple roles and finding it difficult to access the streams as well as they could. So you'll see at the bottom of the thing, you can't really see it here, but you'll see it in your flyer, and also I think, I'll come to that. We'll be running a forum on Monday and Tuesday called Moving the Compass, where we'll be addressing these questions really specifically and in a little bit more depth. So one of the things we say, why is an intermediary important? I think a lot of, especially creators, will be like, I'm the most important person in the room. Why do I need a middleman to take my stuff to market, right? This is often, I think, the thing that we're dealing with here, to know that for things to thrive and really be sustainable, you actually do need a middleman who can do a lot of that hard work while you make beautiful work, right? So what the value, I've kind of been sort of playing with the idea of like the 3 C's, like vitamin C, creativity and innovation. So bringing creatives to market with innovative digital and market-led methods, from new ways to monetize digital creativity in Africa and to bring access to new audiences. Connecting and building, this is what they do. They build networks to connect local, regional, and international markets, and build networks to support and develop African markets and creators regionally. And then commerce and currency, this is like the most important one. Helping the industry to grow, get visibility, and make money. It is additionally the role of intermediaries to engage regulatory authorities and policy development to support international and interregional trade in digital content alongside rights and protection. So they do a lot of really interesting and important stuff. They're not necessarily creators. They may be creative, but they, like I said before, are the sticky glue between all of this stuff. Here is the QR code, which I'm going to leave up while we speak to our panelists. So this is the QR code for the Moving the Compass forum, which is taking place on Monday and Tuesday this coming week. And I'd like to invite the panelists that we do have in the room. So Ingrid Kopp from Electric South, and maybe I can just read your bio while you come up. Sorry, I have a terrible memory, so I have to read. Let's see. So Ingrid is co-founder of Electric South in South Africa, a non-profit organization working with interdisciplinary artists across Africa to develop, produce, and distribute immersive work. In this role, she produces and facilitates an annual residential lab and is executive producer on a few amazing award-winning works such as The Other Dakar, Le Lac, Azibouye, The Occupation, and Container. Along with MIT's Open Doc Lab and the Dot Connector Studio, she produces Immersive, a monthly publication on emerging nonfiction storytelling, and she is co-chair of the World Economic Forum Global Council on virtual and augmented reality. And until 2020, Ingrid curated the Tribeca Storyscapes program for interactive and immersive work at the Tribeca Film Festival. Really impressive person we've got here. Yeah. Great. We've also got Site in the room, if you don't mind coming up. Hi. So Site has been part of the African game development scene since 2013, beginning with small community events in her hometown in Lusaka in Zambia, and her participation grew locally as a regional organizer for the Global Game Jam in Sub-Saharan Africa, as well as through various talks and events focused on game development in Africa. She is currently an associate producer at Nyamakop, and the strategic advisor of Humble Games Black Game Developers Fund, and the board member of Black Voices in Gaming. She also documents African women in games through her website, Prosarium, which we'll publish. Did I say it right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Which is also a really very active Discord community too, if you're not part of it already. And our other guest has just rolled in, but I'm not going to put too much pressure on him. From the airport. Wow, this is a lot of... Woohoo, hello. I will give him a minute to catch himself up. But I'll read his profile in the meantime so that you know who's coming. While we do that, sorry, give me a minute. So Ayodele Elegba is popularly known as the Dream Maker and is famous for creating and writing some of the top comic book and animation franchises in Africa. Over a decade of writing comics and feature films in Nollywood, Ayodele moved into creating, writing, and producing animation as well. Ayodele is also the founder of the Lagos Comic-Con Convention and the Redacon Animation Festival and serves as CEO at Spoof Media Limited. But I might come back to that. But I think it's just about it's also about knowing who's in the room and why it is that we invited them. I wanted to bring someone from gaming, someone from animation, and someone from VR to the panel to speak a little bit about what it is that they do, why it is so important, and how they position themselves as intermediaries within this space and how they work with creatives as well as industry. Can I ask you, Isabel, to just give an overview of the work that you do with the Electric South, how you see yourself as an intermediary, and some of the really important things that you think need focus on the continent?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. First, I'm just really glad that this whole project is happening because I think sometimes, the role of intermediaries can definitely be the less sexy side of the creative process, and there's a lot of, just kind of admin that has to happen in order for these beautiful works to get out into the world. And, I think one of the things, it's always like kind of the under the water, the person's going like this, and at the top it just looks like they're having a chill swim. But, the budgets and the timelines and the strategy and the meetings and the phone calls and the emails and all the day-to-day just boring, well, it's not all boring, a lot of it's really exciting, but, that is a lot of what I do. And it has to be done, in order for this work to be done properly, and in order for it. So, I mean, that's the sort of like the short answer. The long answer is I moved back to South Africa in 2015, and I had been working at the Tribeca Film Institute and the Tribeca Festival in New York, in immersive and interactive media, which sort of morphed more and more into VR as this new wave of VR kind of took hold from 2012-ish onwards. So I'd been doing this work. My background's in TV and film and documentaries. I'd been like firmly in the interactive space from about 2010. And when I moved back here, I suddenly thought, oh my God, like I actually don't know where to do this work. And VR was so nascent at the time, there wasn't really an ecosystem or an industry. So it kind of accidentally happened. Electric South was a bit of an accident. Stephen Markovitz, who is still the co-founder of Electric South, and who I work very closely with, he invited me to be part of the Goethe Institute's African Futures Festival in 2015. So he asked me to curate an exhibition of VR work and to help run the first workshop for African VR artists. And it was interesting because I could find very, very little work made in Africa by African artists. And I was overhearing a lot of very, very critical, I mean, you can imagine this, right? There's this African festival in Johannesburg, Lagos, and Nairobi. There's all these amazing people in the room, and they're watching a lot of work, none of which, one project was made in Africa. And some of the work was made about Africa in ways that I'm sure you can imagine. So there was a lot of rolling of eyes, and I was like, okay, point taken, and I totally, this criticism is really valid, but we kind of have to have this exhibition so we can see where we're at. And this is where we're at right now. There is very little work being made in Africa because no one's supporting it. And so that's kind of how Electric South was born. We did our first workshop there. We made some work. It kind of felt like it needed to continue. We set ourselves up as a non-profit, and here we are today. So now we run labs every year. We run labs in conjunction with lots of different other organizations. We produce work, we distribute work, we incubate work. We kind of do all the things. It's like almost the full circle from finding talent, sort of training, production, and then connecting with audiences, because none of that was really happening. And to be honest, I kind of would like us not to be doing all of those things. It's a lot for a small nonprofit, but the ecosystem is still kind of building and amorphous, and there aren't enough like organizations and individuals to kind of take that work. And the market is still really, really wobbly. So, I would say my thing has always been like, I know that there are amazing stories here and amazing, we bring people from lots of different disciplines into VR, so gaming, architecture, film, journalism, just like the whole sort of creative spectrum. And the possibilities there are amazing. So creatively, I'm forever inspired. But when it comes to the kind of, the actual kind of, like I think you had somewhere about the sort of, I don't know what the words you used for it, like the market and how the stuff actually works. That stuff is really hard still.
Yeah. So, I mean, she says it's an accident, but it's probably one of the biggest VR accidents that's happened for the continent, actually, Electric South. And we've watched you grow over the years and have shown Electric South work over the festival for years and just seen the immensity of what it can be. And it's interesting to me that you say that you hold all of those roles, because that's what we're seeing everywhere. We're seeing small organizations who actually just want to be doing producing or actually want to be doing something else, actually having to hold the whole value chain. You're doing an extraordinary job,
value chain,
by the way.
that's the word I was looking for. Yes. The value chain is wobbly.
Yeah, exactly. It's wobbly, and I think one of the things about VR, and we can come back to it a little bit, is that the way that you access audiences is so very different from how you'd film, which is like large screen based, or animation, or even gaming, which is on your phone. So the aspect of audience engagement, which is often so targeted and so specific, is also really a question on that whole value chain. I'm going to go next. Oh, hi.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Sorry for coming late, sorry. But I'm here now.
I did read your bio a little bit before, and I'll read it again just now. And thank you so much for literally rolling out of the airport and coming straight here. And I know he was held up. I mean, the fun times of traveling between Africa is still just a disaster. But thank you so much for coming straight here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Sita, you've been in the gaming industry for a long time. You've also very much an organizer, and especially for women in the gaming, which is also a kind of underlooked area. But you also were quite involved in the For the Win report that was written out of Tsmologong, but with Nick Hall, and supported by various people, which I can't remember right now, but we'll have a link to it in the forum, so you'll find it there. So what is your impression and position of being an intermediary and its values from the gaming perspective?
My perspective, or being an intermediary, Like you said, there is, or even similar to VR, like there's a lot of people end up having to do a lot of things. And I think, off the top of my head, whenever we talk about the game development industry in Africa, we have mentioned that it's under-supported, underfunded as well. So it's hard for people to actually execute a value chain when there isn't really support coming through. A lot of people do it especially outside of South Africa, are really young and trying to just want to make games, but the value chain or the ways in which people can actually get into that are difficult, and that's where intermediaries come in. So the people who have experience in the field, you have some older pioneers in the industry that you may know well enough, like Leti Arts from Ghana, Malio Games from Nigeria. Some of them, they've started running, they're game development studios, but in order to get the game developers, they've also recently started skilling up people. So I see a lot of ways in which there is an undue, I don't want to call it a burden, maybe, but there's an undue expectation and for us to move this industry forward, people who are in it will end up acting as intermediaries to get things going forward. So that's what I see outside of, just to bring a perspective outside of South Africa, because I think for most of my experience in the games industry, it's been working with people outside of South Africa. But within South Africa, there's formal education for game development, and there is more hope here. But there's still a difficulty, like as we saw through the For the Win report, like there's a lot of there are still a lot of things which we need to overcome to get a well-running industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting that you bring up both Malio and the Ghanaian. Leti, sorry. And I've also noticed that, becoming production studios, actually holding a lot of the development of being studios, holding a lot of development for the industry, like making it, being available, writing books, talking about the industry. So they're also promoting the industry and also now starting training programs to train young makers, and often quite directed. So Malio has a wonderful program together with Google, which we'll be speaking about at the forum, that basically tries to see makers going directly to mobile production. But we've also seen the publishers like Carry First and also Ludic Works also training. And it feels like there's such a responsibility, and they're actually publishers, but are now beginning to find a need to train. And the kind of mix-up of where your actual role is and what it is that you actually do and why is such a complicated space. And I think this is what we're trying to do. And I think what you said about the burden for those production studios to have to hold all of this is very, very heavy. So one of the questions we'll be asking in the forum is that how do we bring these roles up? First, do we understand them, what is missing? And then how do we find ways to either train people or find people in the industry who are significantly able to run them? And I think that was one of the very valuable things of the For the Win report, is that it kind of showed the career trajectory of a lot of intermediaries, is that you start as a studio, and by the time you hit your late 30s and 40s, you're the most knowledgeable person there. So you start doing production and you start doing distribution simply because that needs to be filled. So it's quite interesting how those roles are taken up. And I'll pass to you, Ayodele. Thank you so much. So just as a highlights, Ayodele is founder and chief executive, I think, of Spoof Animation. But the reason he's here is because, well, for me anyway, is because he started out Lagos Comic Convention and is a huge supporter for animation in Lagos. And I think you found a similar thing in your career trajectory, you know, coming from being an animator to now actually trying to organize the community. Can you speak to that a bit?
Okay. Hello, everyone, again. For me, I think I got into the space, the intermediary space, by chance or by luck or by anger, because I was just angry. I was angry because at the time I started Lagos Comic Con, that was like 11 years ago, 2012. There was basically nothing. There was nothing about comics, nothing about gaming, nothing. It was really, really barren ground. And for me, I'm a geek. I love comic books. I love animation. I love stuff like that. So, you know, and there's this thing in my country where, you know, you are kind of looked down upon. It's not like in South Africa where everybody supports art and everything. You're kind of looked down upon when you do comics or you make cartoons. They feel it's for kids. You should grow up. Come on, grow up, you know. And then I had just gotten married and there was a lot of expectations for me. But I still love comic books. So I said, look, let's organize an event that will celebrate people who love comic books too. For me, really, I just wanted to do just one edition, and that was it. You know, but the first one was so successful that we had about 300 people attend. I was like, oh, so there are people like this in Nigeria who really want what I love, who love what I love. And then I did the first one, and then the expectations began, the burden, you know, because you see people struggle at the event, you see them unable to sell their comic books. I am thinking, what can I do to help? What can I do to help them come back? And one of the things that I have seen is in my 10-year span of doing this, I've seen a lot of companies rise and die. They come this year to Comic-Con, next year they don't exist anymore. It's gone, the studio is dead. So that got me very concerned. What can I do? And that got me into going into business, started learning how to run business. I'm a creative person. I just want to do creative stuff. You know, I started getting to learn about business, how to help startups to grow, started connecting people to people who would help them. And I've had lots of success stories with Lagos Comic Con. I don't know how many people know Kugali. Kugali just signed a deal with Disney. Kugali published their first comic book at Lagos Comic Con. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I like talking about it everywhere I go, yay! I made that happen. You know, and there's another studio called Comic Republic. Comic Republic now is one of the biggest comic studios in Lagos, if not Africa right now, indigenous comic book. The four partners met at Lagos Comic Con. They met at Lagos Comic Con, networked, and they're like, let's start something. And they began Comic Republic, and now it's grown. So, you know, when I see those success stories, I don't want to give up. I just want to do more. I want to do more. And, you know, being in that space also gives me the opportunity to speak on platforms like this. I've been invited to so many platforms just because of what I do, Brazil, France. And currently, we now have a very strong partner with the French who are really doing some great stuff for us. So sometime 2 years ago, I realized that the animation industry was also suffering. And I said, what can I do to strengthen the animation industry? And I founded RenderCon. You know, so everything I do is based on a need that I have, that I see in the industry. You know, even when I started spoof animation, at the time I began spoof animation, people said 2D was dead. 2D animation is dead. I was like, 2D animation is not dead. We can do something about it. So then I picked 4 of my students, as it were, then, because I do give back as well. I train young people, teach them animation, teach them how to make comic books. So after their 1-year training, I was like, what do I do with them now? I can't just send them away. I said, guys, would you join me? Let's start this company together. And they said, boss, we can do this. So we began Spoof Animation in 2015. And right now, Spoof Animation, I don't want to brag, but we're like one of the biggest 2D animation studios in Africa right now. You know, right now there's a deal we're working right now. It's a very big network in America that we're working with right now. I can't disclose anything. But it shows that when you put yourself out in that space to be an intermediary, there are a lot of things that would also happen. And I want to encourage more people to put their neck out, put themselves out to help people. Because when you help people, you sort of get helped as well. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
You have, thank you, and so eloquently. And so I think the three of you are working in such different ways and have come into the space in so many different ways. So it's such a nice, diverse view of the three sectors, in fact. I wonder if there are any questions or if there are any particular. I mean, again, I was, speaking about the burden of needing to do this and also the passion. And I think what people often forget about intermediaries is that intermediaries are often creatives, are often people that have come from wanting to make and are excited about the content. They're not just the paper pushers and the people with suits on that we don't think are actually very interested in our work at all. Because people like all of these three people are very, very passionate about the work itself. They're excited about seeing quality. They're excited about seeing it go into the world. And that's actually what's driving them. So what we're seeing is people who are acting as intermediaries, driven by anger, driven by need, holding this massive burden to try and just keep the industry going. So how do we then think about how more intermediaries can come into the space? How do we think about the very, very passionate people who can get better support for what it is that they're doing as intermediaries and not just creatives? So obviously a lot of support is available for creatives for all the right reasons, because they are the ones that bring the beautiful things out into the world. But we're also thinking about how we can start understanding where intermediaries need support. So maybe this is a good question for me to kick off with the three of you as intermediaries in the space in very different kinds of capacities. What are the things that you would like to have had as support from the outside or from the industry in working in your work? And we can go down the line again if that's okay.
Sure. Well, I mean, yeah, the first thing, just to say is the sort of boring admin I mentioned at the beginning, a lot of that is part of being a creative producer, and that is very creative. I've actually never wanted to make work myself. In my whole career, I've always acted as a producer, cultural producer, a festival programmer, and that work is creative. It's really creative. And I still have absolutely no desire to actually be the director or make the work. But in terms of actually facilitating those spaces where that work can exist, that is my passion, and I love that, and making those connections that both of you talked about. And when you see, I mean, even just here, listening to some of the things that have happened as a result of things that we have done at Electric South, but then not controlled, is amazing. People who have met and continue to work together. I mean, those are magical stories for me. I love that this stuff happens. And the one other thing I just wanted to quickly say on the value chain is a lot of the way I have also thought about work in my career is I don't necessarily always trust the market to be the way that we should decide what should exist in the world. I think if you look at some of the stuff that exists because of the market, especially if you look at some of the nonsense in Silicon Valley, I'm if that's the stuff that gets bazillions of investment, then I'm sorry, I'm not interested. So, a lot of the way I've always worked, and this goes back to TV, frankly, I used to work at Channel 4 television, which got government funding, right? So there's always been a sort of interesting dance between commerce and philanthropy, and I'm still in that space. So I just want to, I think that's just one really important thing to say about value chains is it's not just supply and demand, because some of those systems in our capitalist world are really messed up.
Yeah.
And so, that's why yesterday I was talking about how, good ecosystem to support intermediaries have to include things like philanthropy and government funding. You need a rich ecosystem that doesn't just rely on market forces, because market forces are totally messed up. Not always, but a lot of the time. And now I'm not answering your question.
No, you did, actually, because you were talking about a rich ecosystem as being, really important for you. So that's what I took away.
And the other thing, and, this is just, real talk for a minute. I have never made a living from Electric South, ever. I still do not make most of my money from the work I do with Electric South. So the other thing I think that's really important to say is it's really difficult to start a company in a sort of nascent market unless you bring a lot of resources with you. The only reason I could do this is because I kind of had all this work from my work in America that I could continue to do as a consultant. If I hadn't been able to do that, I wouldn't have been able to do Electric South. And Stephen Markovitz, my business partner, still has his production company. So to answer your question, for young and up-and-coming folks who want to kind of get into this sector, there needs to be more support because most people can't afford to do that. And it's very much like the conversations that happen in film all the time is you don't just want trust fund kids and rich kids getting into that space because they're the only ones who can afford to work for free. And I kind of feel the same about this intermediary space. Like, if you want the intermediary space to be diverse and robust and reflecting like Africa as it is, we have to kind of figure out how to fix that because you can't expect everyone to work for free or to have lucky consultancies in New York. It just doesn't work that way for most people.
Yeah, very true. Sita.
So you asked what do we need as intermediaries? So first of all, I actually like the fact that we're acknowledging that people are intermediaries because I never even knew that was a thing until you started this. And then I was like, oh, yeah, actually that is a thing. And it perfectly describes a lot of the work that I've done, which I didn't even know I was doing. Like Ingrid said, I think people need support to do it because within the games industry, my experience as an intermediary started volunteering for the Global Game Jam, but I was doing that just after high school. I was doing that like living with my parents and all that stuff. So I didn't need to make a living out of it. So I was just really excited and had a lot of energy and was reaching out and I really wanted to find more people in Africa who are making games. So I would really do my research and try and find people in this country because after I discovered that there was someone in Zambia who was making their own game, and I was so excited about that. That was in like 2013. When I didn't know that people in Africa were making games. Then I was like, you know what, if we can make games, then I'm pretty sure that in every country in Africa, there's someone who's making a game. So like with that energy, I decided to go and start looking for people and try and convince them to participate in Global Game Jam. Just anyone who was interested in making games. So eventually I needed to go to university and all that stuff, and now I work and I don't have as much energy to be an intermediary in the respects I did before. But there are other people who can fulfill those roles, but I don't think it's fair to expect people to just do it out of the goodness of their heart it's really nice, but people need to be supported. And also, now that we're acknowledging it, that these are people who are part of the industry, we should accept them. How can I say it? More openly, like accept these roles more openly within the industry. There's a hashtag on Twitter. I think it's something like "This is what a game developer looks like," or "I am a game developer." I forgot. I even participated in it, but I forgot. But it's people who are in the game development industry who are just showing, hey, I'm here, even though they're in a role which is like not really a developer, like the roles which aren't really like as celebrated, like producers, writers, biz devs, like there are people who have all sorts of roles, and I think there are even more roles that we need to acknowledge that make the industry move forward. And I think that applies to both, that applies to these other industries as well, that there are people who are in various roles, that I think we need to acknowledge those roles and also give support to those roles. So that's what I think we need as intermediaries.
Yeah. Great, thanks. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun kind of unpacking how people self-identify in different roles, and it's very complicated actually because there's so many people doing so many different things.
Okay, so for me, I'll just take it from there. I think, first of all, let me say thank you for putting this together. And I had the same feeling when you called. I was like, oh, intermediary, blah, blah, like intermediary. You know, I had to quickly check my Google, check my dictionary and my Google, whatever. What's an intermediary? Oh, I'm an intermediary. Oh, voila. You know. So first of all, thank you for organizing this. One of the things I think we need is, I might not phrase it well, but imagine a WhatsApp group with intermediary heads. You know, because sometimes, I don't know about you, but sometimes I'm so afraid. Sometimes I cry.
I feel you.
You know, because an event is just next week and I don't have the money to pay for the hall.
Magdalene is like...
You know, and sometimes you just need somebody to just say, I'm going through this right now. Can you share your experience with me? And then you share your experience and I don't feel lonely anymore. I feel like, okay, so yeah, we're together. Ooh, let's go do it. So I think a group like that would really help. That's one. Secondly, for me, I wish I had the opportunity to bring in speakers into Lagos to just come and take on some topics and some issues. Because in some other parts of Africa, there are some areas that are more developed than Nigeria. You know, so I wish I could have that luxury of saying, oh, can you come to Lagos? We've booked your flights, booked your hotel. Just come and motivate, just come and speak to these people, you know, in this space. Then thirdly, I think that there needs to be a rebranding of some sort of what we do. Because from my experience, people actually sometimes take me as competition. You know, they take me as competition. And I'm like, I'm not your competition. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to create this space for you to sell your comic books, to show your animation. I'm not your competition. You know, so I guess because they don't really see me as an intermediary, maybe my next complimentary card, you know, I write Ayodele Legba Dreammaker intermediary, you know. You know, so I think if that is done, I think more conversation should be had concerning these type of things. Let people hear more of these kind of things, and let's meet more and then, you know, talk about this thing. Then funding is a very, 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 very key. Funding, and I think it sort of train the trainer, because right now my RenderCon, I'm having RenderCon in November. It's an animation festival we have already 30 volunteers already, you know, ready to volunteer. And it's a 5-day event. And I asked, oh, Mr. Ayo, are you going to host us in a hotel for 5 days? So hell no. You know, but I really feel for them. I wish I could do that, but it's really, really expensive. So, you know, having partners, something just came into my head now. Imagine having a card, an intermediary card, where you go to a hotel and say, look, I'm an intermediary, give us discounts. You know, for using your hotels and stuff. So these are the things I think that will make my job better, in inclusion to what they've said, to really deliver every year and keep on doing what I do. I love doing what I do. I really love doing what I do. If I don't do this anymore, I won't feel alive. I won't feel like I exist. So I'll keep doing it. I'll keep clearing my account to keep doing this and you know, trying to do and help, you know, whatever I can.
Yeah, thank you. And it's interesting to see everybody from different locations as well, working in different kinds of circumstances. I know we've got 5 minutes left, and it's also our German day today, so we've got to be on time. Do you have a question?
Hi, thanks so much. Some really great inputs.
Sorry, can you use the mic?
Oh, sorry, thank you. Thanks so much for great inputs. Picking up on the funding thing, and one of something that really surprised me on the list of intermediaries was government departments. Like, generally, I've worked for one of the agencies, and they've actually seemed to be more like blockers than enablers. So, you know, there isn't a recognition that actually this industry is quite informal, and yet the application forms and 3 months of bank statements, and how can we make it easier and make, you know, those processes more friendly towards the creatives and intermediaries, rather than actually being, you know, making it, a bottleneck, or I guess whatever the word is.
We'll take another question and then we can respond.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any questions.
Not even one
Okay,
tiny one.
just one more question, then we have to.
We'll do it quick.
Okay, mine is not a question, but more a comment, just to go on from your last question about the support for intermediaries. So I am from the Durban Film Art Institute, and we create a platform for filmmakers to meet decision makers and get their films produced. What I find is that we need collaboration. That's a big support. So many of us are coming from the nonprofit sector, but you spoke about competition. And I feel that some of the nonprofits feel that we're in competition with each other when that's not the case. We need to be working collaboratively because we're all trying to support the industry and cause the industry to grow. Recently, we started a collaboration between Fak'ugesi, the CATAF, and the DFM. And that creates a good circuit for filmmakers to go to each of these organizations, but also get exposure and development from these organizations. So I just want us to add that collaboration is something that we need in the industry.
Yeah. And I think actually in Africa, to be able to collaborate really helps a lot. I mean, the fact that, we've all here together and that we've really enjoyed having Electric South content at Fak'ugesi for years, and again this year, to know that they're the people who are bringing amazing, interesting, exciting stuff. It is a collaboration. I think we need to keep it off, but just to answer your question, one of the reasons we are bringing government into this question is because we feel that they are very much part of that ecosystem. So what Isabel was saying, like a kind of rich, robust ecosystem is actually what makes things work. So hopefully...
Yes, they should do everything a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Be nice. There's no need for it to be that slow.
Yeah.
The forms I get, right, because they could be using that money for hospitals or bridges. That makes sense, but the slowness, no.
Yeah.
And also the collaboration visas. We can't collaborate if people can't travel. So I know I mentioned this yesterday, but it's really, this year I'm like, I've had enough. Like, South Africa's got to get on with its visa game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how do we collaborate?
Getting there. So he was stuck because there was like a first e-visa to come through, and they were like, what is this? Why? Anyway, so...
I was the guinea pig.
Yeah, you were.
Well done.
Thank you very, very much to all of you, and thank you so much for joining me. It's wonderful, yeah.
Thank you, Tegan. Thank you so much for all your amazing work, and thank you to the GIZ for all the work that they do within the creative industry. Up next, we have the now on keynotes from our two speakers, Ojoma Ochai and Merle Rietschel. And this talk is basically going to be about how to bridge the gap between policy and the creative industry. And I'd just like to give you a brief overview of who our speakers are for today. All right. Ojoma Ochai She has been part of the creative industry for almost 20 years, supporting the development of the global creative economy. Through the contributions to various initiatives, including capacity building, technical assistance, and funding initiatives that support global sector growth. She has incredible history with public and private and civil partners to deliver programs that deliver economic, social, and cultural outcomes. And our next partner is Merle Rietschel. She is the Senior Policy Officer at the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany and is responsible for the topic of cultural and creative industries. Thank you. Yes, you can, Merle. Please jump right on, and thank you so much for joining us today.
work Africa-wide across the whole of the continent, doing projects in research, ecosystem development, investment readiness programs like running accelerators and incubators focused on the creative sectors. And then we also do investments as well as investor education and advocacy through that company. I also am a member of the Global Expert Facility for UNESCO on the 2005 convention, which supports diversity of cultural expression and the cultural and creative industries. And through that role, I've done projects in the Gambia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, as well as various global projects relating to creative economy growth. And as was mentioned, I've worked across various agencies and roles to support creative industries and creative economy development, mainly around Africa and the Caribbean, but also working in various other places. So today, I'm going to talk to you about new opportunities and challenges for inclusive cultural and creative industries in the digital environment. And this talk is based on the UNESCO Reshaping Policies for Global Creativity report that was released earlier this year. It's essentially a report that UNESCO releases every 2 years to look at the global state of the cultural and creative industries through various lenses around artistic freedom, gender equality, its contribution to sustainable development, as well as the digital environments that relates to the CCIs, with a view to strengthening policy, global policy relating to culture and creativity. And for this last report, I happened to write this chapter 3 that was looking at the global context for the digital environment. So in the next 16 or so minutes, I'm just going to whiz you through very quickly the highlights and the key findings from this chapter. But I can only do so much in that time. So I would really welcome you to invite you to take a look at the report. It's online. And so if you just search for it, you will find that this chapter and various other chapters are quite interesting and illuminating. So I welcome you to look at that. So first of all, we went into reports that had been submitted by 94 or so countries as part of their reporting against the 2005 convention, including from South Africa, but also from various countries around the world. And it's the analysis of these reports and other secondary sources that we use to come up with all of the data that I'm about to share with you and the findings. The first finding is around online activity growing exponentially. This should not be news, I hope, to anybody in the room. But we found, for example, that in 2020, over 60% of total music revenues came from streaming. Obviously, 2020 was a particular year, and so that might have been responsible for that figure. But the fact is, online distribution is still on the rise and continues to be a major source of revenue, not just for music, but for various other creative sectors. What was interesting about that was not so much the level of content distributed online. It was also a sense that many of the major distributors, particularly in film and television, were, in addition to distributing content, also funding the creation and the production of content, which in itself is not a bad thing. But in the context of policy, the role of government is certainly to promote diverse cultural expressions from their jurisdictions and in their jurisdictions. And so there was a question about if majority of the funding for cultural content is coming from these private, for-profit, often North American companies, what does that mean for the aesthetics that get promoted? What does that mean for the type of work that gets made? And what does that therefore mean for the role of policy, local policy, in ensuring that diversity of cultural expression, as well as diverse participation in terms of the cultural and creative industry? So that was one finding, and we'll come to that when we talk about the challenges. We found that 80% of state parties, countries mainly, support the digital transformation of the cultural industries. And this was a good thing because it meant that in terms of agencies and ministries responsible for culture and creativity, they could clearly see that there was this digital transformation that's happening in the sector. And so they are supporting it in some shape or form, whether that's through digitizing cultural institutions, or through digital skills development, or through supporting discoverability of their local content online. 80% of parties are doing something or the other. That's not without its challenges, which we will come to. We found that artificial intelligence is generating high-profile music and visual artwork, among other outputs. And so artificial intelligence is certainly an emerging technology that we need to pay attention to, alongside other emerging technologies, which I'll talk about in a minute. We also find that in terms of progress, there's increasingly international standards that are developing to support the policy environment for the creative industries in this digital context. And two of them, which I'll highlight here, are there's a 2021 UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which was developed to begin to build a framework for how to ensure that sort of biases in the real world don't transfer into artificial intelligence, as we're already seeing, and what kinds of frameworks can govern the ethics of what it can and can't be used for, not just in the CCIs, but generally, but there's strong application, obviously, in the creative industries. Another international standard has been developed is a 2019 open roadmap for the implementation of the 2005 convention, which looks at the CCIs in the digital environment. That open roadmap provides lots of concrete actions that governments and state parties can take to support their CCIs in this changing digital world. Now, what does that change look like? I already mentioned artificial intelligence, but I'll whiz through a few other trends that we're seeing. So I already talked about this idea of platforms driving not just distribution, but also production. But an additional layer with the platforms is that they're holding important information about who's watching what, who's consuming what, who's listening to what are the patterns in all of this, how many people are listening, where are they listening, all of that stuff is data that these private companies hold on citizens from around the world, which governments themselves do not have access to, which means, of course, that they're not able to leverage that data for any evidence-based decision-making. They actually don't even know what the rates of consumption of these channels are in their jurisdictions. And that is one thing that has been sort of flagged in terms of this online consumption that we've moved to. I already talked about artificial intelligence and producing music and visual arts, but we can already see actual examples of artificial intelligence writing scripts, artificial intelligence predicting the success of a film by analyzing the script and other information relating to the film. We've seen artificial intelligence being used for casting and automated auditions, and we're seeing that artificial intelligence has actually produced movies. And I put an example, if you can see the slide, of a short film that has been produced, Zone Out, by artificial intelligence. If you can see my screen, to the left of the screen, you will see 9 logos, which I generated in about 2 minutes on a graphic design AI website. That is a massive implication on the graphic design industry. Some of you will have heard of Stable Diffusion and various other technologies that are automating what would have taken creatives and graphic designers days, hours of work. And so we need to think about what are the implications for that on the practice, but also what is the role of policy in that context. The block on the right, again, is artificial intelligence creating the images in the little boxes that you see based on the text to the left of those images. So you see the example of a small red block sitting on a large green block was created by typing out those words in some kind of AI that's based on GPT-3, that's creating this images based on text rather than based on any design capacity. All of these have implications for how the industry functions. I don't need to tell you about extended and mixed reality because we're in Fak'ugesi. That's also a trend that we're seeing that's having impact on the way that cultural and creative goods and services and products are created, consumed, distributed. And it's also something that we need to consider in a policy context. Other types of technology that are disrupting the creative industries relate to hardware and devices. So for example, we've got a case study in the report about the Jio handsets from India, which were affordable handsets with affordable data plans that suddenly changed the dynamics of consumption of local content in India, because with more affordability of internet came more consumption of their own local content, to the point where within a number of months of introduction of Jio handsets, the most watched content on YouTube in India switched from kind of international type social influencer or other types of content to local content. So we see that hardware can determine whether or not people have access to the internet and can determine the type of engagement that happens with local cultural products or content. Hardware also enables new marketplaces. So obviously with Apple, for example, if you have the hardware, you have access to the Apple Store, which is such a massive way to distribute if you're in gaming or app making. Similarly, for gaming, the hardware around things like PlayStation creates that opportunity for a marketplace and various other examples like that. Blockchain is also another technology. Many of you obviously will have heard of NFTs that create new revenue streams, not just for visual art, but also for film and various other types of content makers. But in addition to NFTs, blockchain also enables quite a few things around content storage and authentication to prevent piracy and illegal copying. It enables smart contracts to enable, for example, distribution agreements. It provides evidence of proof of return on investment. What do we mean? Because it's highly auditable and trackable, if you're distributing content on the blockchain, it's really easy to see the sort of flows of money, which have such a massive implication on whether you're able to attract investment or not, because investors can then see the trajectory in a way that perhaps you would not have been able to see in other platforms. Blockchain technology can help improve royalty collection. It can help enable payment systems. The company that I run, we do a CreaTech accelerator. One of the companies that we're supporting through our current accelerator is a company that is providing a platform for writers to access work opportunities, but also get paid cross-border, which is a massive issue in many countries on the continent, where you can't receive payments without massive charges, or you can't receive payments because the main payment platforms that people you're working with use are blocked in your country. And so this platform that we're supporting is using these Bitcoin payment systems to receive payments on behalf of the writers that they represent. So all of these are uses of the blockchain. And one of the conclusions we found by looking at all of these trends that are impacting on the CCIs was that it is getting impossible to distinguish between what is the digital economy and what is the creative economy. Because the things that power the digital economy, internet, broadband, social media platforms, all of those things only gain engagement or mainly gain engagement through the cultural content that is on those platforms. So think about Instagram without a video, or think about TikTok without music. All of these things are powered, all of these digital economy bedrocks are powered by creative content. And why is this important? It's important because if the digital economy is no longer distinguishable from the creative economy, there's then a policy question about where does the creative economy get governed and whose actions determine outcomes in the creative economy. And I'll talk about that a bit more in the next sort of 5 minutes that I've got. But before I talk about that, in addition to these trends, we see a number of challenges, right? Digitization could worsen inequalities. It's not now just that you have to have internet access or have basic digital skills. It's also that you now need to consider things like the payment and the remuneration models on all of these channels and whether they're enough to sustain the creatives that are making them. You need to think about the fact that even though 80% of parties support the CCIs in a digital environment, less than half of the parties promote the diversity of e-players in the domestic digital and cultural and creative markets. What does that mean? It means that there's a monopoly of players, mainly from North Africa and China, that dominate the origin of many of these technologies, which means that in many of our jurisdictions, there isn't support for local players to participate in that generation of value from all of these digital trends that we're seeing, which is a potential economic risk, as well as a risk in terms of the content that then gets made and the content that gets shown, as I mentioned before. I'm going to whiz through the last sort of 4 minutes to talk about the policy challenge. I mentioned that it's impossible increasingly to distinguish between digital and creative economy value chains. What does this mean? It means that ministries of culture and CCI agencies that have historically been the sort of supporters of the creative industry are losing agency, they're losing relevance, as most of the most important needs of the sector sit outside the remit of ministries of culture. What do we mean? If technologies like platforms, blockchain, artificial intelligence, internet are determining the outcomes for music and film and fashion, the ministries of culture have no influence over the policies that happen there and whether they're supportive or not of the creative industries in that country. And so there is a set of recommendations that have been made from this report around preparing national digital roadmaps with the participation of a diverse and intersectoral range of actors, because ministries of culture and CCI agencies more than ever now cannot determine what happens in those sectors without collaboration with ICT ministries or telecommunications ministries or agencies relating to internet penetration. All of those kinds of things require national roadmaps that are intersectoral. It's important more than ever to increase access and build digital skills at a depth that is actually useful to people. So we have to, in addition to solving the sort of basic digital literacy skills gap, move it a notch further, because if we're talking about blockchain and AI and all of these things, creatives will now be sort of divided into creatives that are able to engage with those media and creatives that can't, and that determines the outcomes in terms of the value that they are able to extract. We find a massive issue around remuneration of creators online, with many of the business models not being able to be sustained by these online channels. There's a stat around how many streams, for example, you need to have, and I think it's something like 10,000 streams for $64 was the average. How many creators get 10,000 streams? And then what are the multiples you need to be able to generate of that 10,000 to be able to make a decent living from a piece of content that you've put online? There also needs to be more investment in local contents to enhance discoverability on digital platforms. What does that mean? I was reading a stat the other day that said 80,000 songs get uploaded to, I think it was Apple Music every minute. How do you get your content seen in that context, right? What do the algorithms determine in terms of what gets seen? So that's a massive issue that needs to be addressed. The next few slides are very wordy, so I'll only pick out a couple of things I'm very happy to share with people. But there's some provocations for people in policy to think about. They need to think about, ministries of culture and CCI agencies need to think about what their involvement is in policies relating to broadband, to IT, to online payments, e-commerce, all of these things that govern the internet that have such a profound impact on the creative industries in a digital context. Policymakers need to think about what trends, information on trends they have, and how these should affect their policy making. They need to think about how they support new business models in your jurisdictions that leverage these emerging technologies. And I just want to close with these thoughts. I want to reiterate that cultural and creative industries policymakers are losing relevance in the current digital context and will continue to lose relevance if they don't take action to reestablish their relevance in this digital context. I also want to highlight that there can be no creative industries without art, no art without artistic freedom, no artistic freedom without digital freedom, increasingly, and there can be no digital freedom without digital access. And so digital access has to be a fundamental factor if, in terms of policy, if we want to continue to stay relevant both locally and internationally in terms of our creative practices. And finally, to make the point that multi-stakeholder action is required, from large technology companies to multinationals to SMEs, city governments, there's a role for advocacy, there's a role for education, and there's a role for innovation. Thank you all very much for listening. I hope this was at least useful. I invite you again to look at the reports, which is available online on UNESCO website, or if you just Google it, I'm sure you can find it. Thanks very much, and I'll stop here.
Thank you, Merle. Thank you to Ojoma as well. I'd like to give a brief intro into Merle as well. Merle is the Senior Policy Officer at the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany and is responsible for the topic of cultural and creative industries. Thank you, Merle, so much for your contribution today. Up next we have Ojoma Ochai, and I'd like to introduce you to her as well. She is an expert in the creative economy with over 20 years of experience. Here she is. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if it's working.
Hi, Merle. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine, thank you. So you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, and you can see me very well. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everybody, and good morning. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot be there in person today. Yeah, but nevertheless, thank you for having me here. Yeah, let me say some words and thoughts about also what was mentioned before, but I would also like to introduce our project and our cooperation with Fak'ugesi Festival. Let's say this festival let us catch glimpses into the future of the creative economy and convince us again and even more of its powerful role within our economies and societies. We see the creative industries drive innovation and inclusive, sustainable growth. And we see creative industries provide new approaches for the transformation of a future-minded economy, society, and culture. And we see great potential for job creation and collaboration between various sectors and between countries supporting transnational and intercultural dialogue, cooperation, and also exchange. And we are very excited about what comes next. But before talking about future action of our German development cooperation in this important sector, let us have a quick look back. A lot has happened since 2018, when we first started cross-regional program Culture and Creative Industries. That's also the name of the program itself. Together with our implementing partners, the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit and Goethe-Institut. And we started in Kenya, Senegal, South Africa, Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq. And we have been working with great partners, such as Fak'ugesi African Digital Innovation Festival, who, by the way, let me mention that, was partner of the first hour, to strengthen and involve the ecosystem of creative industries. Within the ecosystem, our aim has always been to support creative entrepreneurs with interventions that let them grow their work and business, showcase their talents and products, link them with national and international markets, and help them build conductive frameworks that honor and grow the creative sectors in their countries and beyond. In our efforts to support digital creatives in the light of minimizing effects of the COVID pandemic, we supported Fak'ugesi and WITS University last year in developing a bootcamp which identified intermediaries such as publishers, distributors, talent aggregators, festival and professional training bodies as significant yet unmet contributors in digital creative industries. So those intermediaries engage the work of creatives in networks across Africa. They identify new work and monetization opportunities. They support the creatives in their journey to market. We are very proud to support WITS and Fak'ugesi during this year's festival, also to further understand the intermediaries' needs, networks, and linkages. We have heard about that already today. This work will be of importance also for further partner countries and the whole continent. We are also excited to present to you what WITS and Fak'ugesi have been working on already. As German Development Corporation, we are very happy and proud to have played a part in the realization of the Intermediaries Connect online platform. From now on, both intermediaries and young developing creatives can visibly profile their work on the platform, match, network, and together distribute creative content to Africa. These solutions to cater the needs of the digital creative ecosystem are of great value, not only for South Africa, but also in other parts, in other partner countries and the continent at large. And this makes Fak'ugesi and WITS University strategic partners in German Development Corporation to support the creative industries. Because you never can do it alone. You always need strong partners on your side. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let us look also ahead to future action of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. From now on, what will be a focus of our work in the culture and creative industries? Because there are so many different fields. So where's our way now? I'm sure you know that culture and creative industries are a major employer of women. Women make up 48.1% of the workforce in culture and entertainment, yet gender equality is a distant prospect. Existing evidence suggests that women remain underrepresented in positions of leadership, have less access to public funding, and their work is far less visible and acknowledged than their male counterparts. This needs to change. Women in all their diversity are key agents of change for socially, economically, and ecologically sustainable development. To accelerate the progress of gender equality, the German Development Corporation has adopted a feminist development policy that is aimed at a gender-just society and equal participation of all people in the social, political, and economic spheres. Let me explain to you what we understand as feminist development policy by quoting our German minister, Svenja Schulze. Feminism is a conviction, and equality is a human right. The purpose of feminist development policy is a society of the free and the equal. A society in which all people enjoy equal participation in social, political, and economic life, and are able to exercise their human rights. So this is far more than a policy by women for women. It is about equal opportunities and justice. And this benefits everyone, including men. End of quote. So we want to see these equal opportunities for women also in the creative industries. And there is a way to get to this aim. From now on, we will engage further in activities that especially aim to creating women's economic empowerment in the creative sector. Activities like, for example, FromNow here in South Africa, the township-based women between the ages of 18 and 35 received practical trainings in drone operation, coding, cinematography, and an introduction to entrepreneurship to make a career in an emerging yet male-dominated creative field. From now on, we will look deeper also in the gaming industry. Globally, women make up 30% of the workforce in this creative sector. We will evaluate ways to enhance co-creations between German and African animation and gaming studios and search for solutions to enhance the women's participation in the industry. From now on, we will add new fields of attention to our work with the Industry Association Animation South Africa, matching especially young female animation professionals with production studios. By doing so, the animation artists gain valuable working experience while the studios get additional hands to create original African content. From now on, we will look on establishing networks for female creative professionals across countries and regions. We will support knowledge exchange, peer learning, and matchmaking between female creative experts and entrepreneurs of the Global South and the Global North. We want to learn from each other. We want to inspire each other. From now on, we aim at creating an international and political lobby to promote women's equal opportunities and participation in the cultural and creative industries in general. There is a time for change, and it's now. And last but not least, we are very excited to continue our partnership with Fak'ugesi and WYTS. And we are going to build on this year's festival's findings to better understand and develop the ecosystem for digital creatives. What are specific needs of female digital creatives? How can the intermediaries connect, platform, play a part in promoting equal opportunities for women? We will search for answers, and in a year from now, at the Fak'ugesi Festival 2023, we might present them to you. I'm really looking forward to this and seeing you next year, maybe also in person. So I wish you an inspiring festival, and don't worry, that was not the highlight of my inputs. This was just some comments, and now the highlight is hopefully coming. It's a video about our cooperation that will be shown now. So thank you so much for your attention, and please feel free to contact us for questions and sharing your ideas with us. We are open for cooperation ideas. We are still learning also in the field of digital creatives. So please feel free to contact us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We'll be having a 10-minute break.
My name is Dr. Tegan Bristow, and I work for the Digital Arts Department of the Wits School of Arts, and I'm also former director of the Fak'ugesi African Digital Innovation Festival. In 2019, we conducted pilot research with the GIZ and established that there was an enormous lack of individuals and organizations that act as industry intermediaries for the gaming, VR, and animation spaces in Africa. Forming part of a larger research and training objective, we formed the 2021 Digi Intermediaries Bootcamp, which was designed to be a unique program that aimed at understanding the requirements for intermediaries in gaming and immersive media, and specifically in Kenya, Senegal, and South Africa. The bootcamp provided participants with a really amazing opportunity to take part in 7 online, network-centered, and cross-regional sessions focusing on core topics. We invited 35 intermediate professionals from Africa and abroad, a very Africa-heavy but international list of professionals who we approached to talk and mentor into the bootcamp and to understand what was missing for intermediaries on the African continent. The bootcamp participants came together on a platform called Discord, not only to learn, to develop as intermediaries, but also to become part of a community of practice from across the African continent and in the global south.
I loved that we could all come together on this digital space and interact in a very gentle, but in a very inspiring and very robust way.
We learned three major things from the bootcamp. Firstly, issues arising from access to hardware and software. This is not only to support market-ready content, but also access by customers. Secondly, we learned that there are huge challenges in publishing and distributing games and VR, related to infrastructural limits imposed by restrictions in money exchange, international platforms, and aggregators in mobile distribution. These challenges highlighted the importance and acknowledgement of sector mobilization, the need to self-organize and to advocate for better trade and support of these industries at national, regional, and international levels. And thirdly, we learned a lot from the participants. The pitch winners that came through the bootcamp aided us to better understand what individuals and organizations working at the coalface of these sectors see as important. These are software and hardware support and supporting the growth of a customer base, making visible and mobilizing creatives in the sector, and testing and validation.
The project that ADMI pitched was a program that would create early stage career opportunities for game developers.
The project is a company focused on esports content, targeting underrepresented communities in the whole of South Africa.
The problem I was facing here in Senegal is the lack of hardware and equipment. I am sending some applications to actually create a virtual reality park here in Senegal.
Our project was a game testing lab that we would create in Senegal, and that will be helpful for any West African game studio to test the market and know what works and what doesn't work when developing a game.
The Digi Intermediaries Bootcamp marks the beginning of a series of actions and new work with Wits University and its Molokong Innovation Precinct. And one of the primary concerns is the role of government, because governments and their politics and policies impact on how the digital creative industries can or cannot do business. Therefore, part of the work for the Wits School of Arts and the GIZ going forward will be helping communities to map their way towards self-organization, and in doing so, to mobilize their governments.
It was actually great to meet some other people that actually work in the same field, collaborate with these people, being an ecosystem builder.
I think from a programmatic perspective, I loved the diversity of voices in the room.
It was really great to be in the bootcamp with people who are in more advanced markets, who can kind of give us a foreshadowing of what exactly is entailed in the market when it comes to partnerships, when it comes to funding.
I'm someone who's very interested in what people are passionate about, so it was very insightful to know more about how people got in the industry, what helped them get to where they are.
I loved the idea of organizational culture as well, that you don't just partner randomly, that it's strategic, it's intentional.
Having an extended Pan-African network is really valuable in terms of what systems do we need to set up, what collaborations do we need to be creating.
The lessons, the resources, the connections were invaluable to me. Just having an exchange between market leaders, African creators, and other intermediaries was simply beautiful.
One of our primary aims at ADMI is supporting young creatives to turn their passion into a profession. And so the more opportunities that we can give them, real world work opportunities with real companies, the more resources our entire sector has as far as human capacity. So that's one benefit that we are going to be getting out of this program.
Hi everyone, how's everyone doing today? Amazing, amazing. We're going to do this what we did this morning. Turn to your left, turn to your right, say hello explorer. Hello, Explorer. Hello, Explorer. There we go, there we go. So we're going to be having a 10-minute break. Please feel free to go to the toilet, grab a coffee, walk around, have a stretch. Please be reminded that we are having a karaoke evening this evening. Be sure, prepare your songs. We are ready for you. I know I am. The Wi-Fi password The Wi-Fi password is digital innovation. The password is right over there on the wall. The poster's up all over the place. Please enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes, all right? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, explorers. We are about to begin. Please make your way to the conference room. Please make your way to the conference room. Thank you very much. Let's get seated and it's settled so we can begin. We have an exciting discussion lined up. We have an exciting panel coming, and I can't wait for you guys to be a part of it. Please make your way to the conference room. Please make your way to the conference room. Thank you. Hello, explorers. Just another reminder. Please make your way to the conference room. Thank you. Please grab a seat, bring your coffee, have a sip on it right in here in the conference room. Thank you. Hi everyone. Hello explorers. Last call for explorers. Last call for explorers. Please make your way to the conference room. Bring your water, bring your coffee. Please make your way to the conference room. We are about to begin. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. We are about to begin. Welcome to the Cultural Policy and Diplomacy panel. Thank you so much for being here today Thank you for being present in the space. Please don't forget to hashtag us on social media. From now on, tag @Fak'ugesi on all of our social media platforms. I would like to introduce Leslie. She's the CEO of the Timberlake Precinct, and she has been very instrumental in forming partnerships with international partners and local partners as well. Miss Leslie, please take it away.
Thank you, thank you. So welcome to the session, everyone. This is the area of all the content we have. I love everything in the program, but this is the one that really touches my heart. And I took it to the extent where I'm doing my master's thesis around the influence of cultural diplomacy in South Africa's animation industry and where and how that plays out around creative and cultural industries. So I do have a set of questions received from Eduardo and team, but I'm going to try to sneak in some of my own for my research, if that's okay. But I'm going to kick off, and maybe Christian move and down, is just very headline around who are you and how does your work link to cultural policy and diplomacy?
All right, so I'm going to start off. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for having me. My name is Christian Grün. I'm head of cooperation at the German Embassy based in Pretoria. And as such, I'm overseeing the bilateral development portfolio between South Africa and Germany. And in the previous session, we've heard and seen a little bit about the programs that we are also doing in the CCI space. We are very happy that South Africa is one of the pilot countries where we are supporting, and on the continent and globally actually creating the linkages between CCI actors in these countries and trying to build synergies. I think we've heard a lot about how interaction and actually bringing people together is at the core of creating a stronger support network and awareness also on the political level for CCI. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. All the way down.
Hello.
Sophie.
Hello, I'm Sophie Boulet. Thank you for having me in this incredible panel this afternoon. I am Deputy Director of the French Institute here in South Africa. I've been living in South Africa for 1 year, so it's quite new. But my background is on cultural and diplomacy issues and cooperation, because I used to work for the city of Paris, so I was more involved with city-to-city cooperation. And since 1 year, I joined the network of the French Institute all over the world. I'm very, very honored to be here in South Africa since 1 year. And South Africa is one of our priority countries to develop cultural and creative cooperation with France. And Africa also is one of our priority in terms of cultural diplomacy and soft power. So I'm very happy to discuss with you this afternoon. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Ms. Monica.
Inviting me to this panel. Is this on? Thank you. Now I hear it. Thank you, Leslie, and your team here at Fak'ugesi. This is amazing to be on this panel speaking about cultural diplomacy. It's something that WESCRO, the Tourism Trade Investment Agency of the Western Cape, does, but as part of a huge remit to develop a positive brand, to attract foreign direct investment. And it's just part of what we do is to be cultural and economic diplomats where we operate. And my team operates in the film and media and the creative industry space. But we have colleagues doing all of the above. And in fact, our CEO just came back from Germany and from France and from the UK on a high level soft power mission, using your words, Christian. So it's something I'm very familiar of in my previous life, working as a sort of agent with musicians going overseas. And it was always countries that sponsored those bigger groups. And it's just interesting to see so many people doing that even bigger here. This huge Comic-Con in Nigeria guest this morning. That's a form of soft power. And I'm looking forward to hearing about all the exchanges between the African events and seeing how they all interact and where we can support them as WESCRO. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you. Ntabeleng.
Thank you. My name is Ntabeleng Pora. I'm from the Gauteng Film Commission. And I'm very excited to be part of this panel because amongst the things that the province is interested in extremely entering into partnerships, entering into partnerships of cultural diversity into some of the countries where we've got treaties, which I think in this case, both France and Germany, we do have treaties. So I think it's about time we start finalizing the conversations around how we do the cultural exchange, particularly around skills development, because that's one of the areas which is of high interest, particularly around ensuring that we leverage on each other's strength, but also understanding the competitiveness of skills development from one country to another, and that's what we're trying to bring to the province. And I'm interested to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to, especially for those who have just come in, just sum up some of the key things that came through around actions between countries, building synergy, creating political awareness, cooperation. Soft power came through a few times. I'm going to circle back on that one. It's about trade and investment and tracking investments. It's about both cultural and economic, and that blend. Exchanges across Africa, so not necessarily always Africa and our countries and abroad to Europe or the US or other countries, but also into Africa. And that there are treaties on cultural exchanges that are centered around development, and it is also about how do we leverage each other's strength and recognizing that there is competitiveness within that. I'm a big proponent of stating the obvious, because sometimes the obvious is not always obvious. And soft power has come through a few times, and maybe if I could ask Sophie for you to kick off, because you introduced it. What does soft power mean to you, and then to Christian as well? Yeah, go for it. Yeah. What is soft power?
Oh, what is soft power? Soft power, it's a way of cooperation between countries. I used to work for the city of Paris, so city-to-city cooperation is very powerful, because also in the cities, for the future, all the issues are in the cities, the climate change, the migration, and also the cultural development for city. And now I am at another level, the level of states in cooperation, and I understand that it is very powerful also to develop cooperation, agreement, exchanges. As I told you, South Africa for the French government is one of the priorities in terms of cultural and creative industries, not only to cooperation, but also to create some business opportunities and exchanges. And what is very important when I speak about exchanges, for example, we have some residency program for artists, all kinds of artists, writers, authors, visual artists. And when someone go to France for several months, I think it can change his life. It changes also the way of apprehending the world. So that is, for me, a way of create soft power and cultural diplomacy, but in both ways, because it serves the two countries, and the cultural and creative industries have suffered a lot during pandemic, during COVID. When you see the report from UNESCO in 2020, more than 10 million jobs has been lost. So it's international and mondial issues also to create this kind of link, to cooperate and create business opportunity. That's for me a way of soft power.
Thank you. Christian.
Thank you. I think if we're looking at the title of this session, which is Cultural Policy and Diplomacy, if we think about diplomacy or international relations, I think a lot of people still think about old men in black suits behind closed doors.
Yes.
And of course, that's one part of the picture. Lucky enough, not only old men, but also women of all ages. But I think the very nature of international relations is that it goes beyond that, and that it goes beyond governments. It's really a very multifaceted exchange of societies and all actors in societies. And I think at the core of cultural interaction is that it brings people together. And by bringing people together and bringing different viewpoints, also creating that potential to to cross-pollinate viewpoints and to actually make sure that the sum is more than just what people bring to it. And I think that's what makes what makes cultural exchange and cultural diplomacy so important, because it brings international relations and really the interaction of societies and people to a level that is very tangible and that can be very very important also for growth and understanding, and maybe to sneak in, because I'm head of cooperation, so economic cooperation is at the core of that portfolio as well.
Yes.
I think if we look at CCI as an important part of industry and as a huge growth sector, and obviously for all the people that are active and relevant in that field, making a living is at the core of it and is very important. And if we look at stats that we have seen, that CCI actually accounts for about globally for more than 3% of GDP and about 6% of employment. If we look at some of our partner countries, specifically in Africa, there's huge potential to raise to that level and even beyond, which is why I think that looking at that sector is more than just a niche, because it's really an engine of growth that goes beyond CCI itself.
Perfect. And thank you. And the reason why I was asking about that, because I think soft power has definitely evolved from the days when it was instituted, and now it is about growth and opportunity, and there's new formats of it. So thank you for that. And I think at some point we do need a new kind of common language of understanding. So my next two questions are for Monica and Tabeleng. Whoever can go first. Could you describe a moment when you saw cultural diplomacy directly impact the digital creative industry's policy space?
Okay, should I go through? Okay. I think that the only time I've seen it impact is when we had a Gauteng Japanese intercultural exchange, where we had Japanese students come through to South Africa, and they came for about 3 weeks, and they went to different institutions, but also they were forming a research which we felt that would assist us with understanding the impact of the view into the Gauteng film economy around films, and we were still waiting for the report to come back. But I think also it was interesting for the learners from Gauteng that also went and gained knowledge from Japan. And I think it's the shock that when people return and they give you feedback on how the industries are so extreme in terms of structure and development processes that happened in another country, and how we have our own exchange in the country. And I think it was quite interesting because the diversity, particularly in South Africa, of languages, of color, if I may say that, also has an impact in how we create our stories and how that forms part of policy on its own.
Thank you. I just want to connect that to what Sophie was saying earlier on about residencies and this opportunity of exposure to different cultures and ways of doing things as an opportunity for new ideas. Monica?
So I'm going to go a little broader, because impacting policy isn't quite my field, but I was privileged...
Or generally the impact of positive impact. Yeah.
So the Department of Arts and Culture encouraged the industry to lean in on the Africa Free Trade Agreement. And Wesco helped organize with the IPO and others this massive Zoom call, and people were sitting across Africa. But it was still very rushed. And so together, with all the diplomats who've been through these residencies, the output of like World Cinema Fund or residencies in France, and then they're suddenly working in Senegal, we had to do another round robin. And the fine tuning of that conversation, the second Zoom, came about because of the experience and the understanding of the nature of the benefit of an African continental free trade agreement, and the fact that they had those years where they were supported enough to become players. And Now we're just hoping that the negotiations continue in that kind of open way, because part of it was visas, access, and carnets for people traveling with their specialized gear. If you're carrying an AR, VR set, whatever, they're very difficult to get through customs, etc. So we want our artists to travel freely, and we want their gear to travel freely because the stories move, and that would help this, as Christian said, this rising of the economy, because once we free these soft power, they've got epaulets now, I'm sure, there are agents, and they're becoming economic fixers on the continent. They are real players. They can help hive off more of those industry participants that can make a good living from this great industry. Then great, let's do it. Let's get out of their way.
I agree with you. Sorry,
No, go for it.
Leslie. Because I think yesterday we were having a conversation around, we have these 12 treaties that we have in the country, but the treaties are a document somewhere. But if the treaties maybe were to be an open document for everyone to see, it makes it easy for anybody that wants to then partner with a foreign country to know what are the benefits and where are those benefits. Because right now we have these treaties, but we don't know what are the benefits of using the treaty, and where do you go to utilize what it's supposed to be benefiting, because we've got these treaties for a very long time, but nobody really knows what this document is, because then it's becoming an elephant of just ticking the box of work being done. But I personally, I think I last read 3 treaties, but I do not know the actual benefits where one, if I were to even give a recommendation to any filmmakers to say, please go to this department, this is where our treaty is, and they don't have to then suffer, or they don't have to go through long processes to get the benefits, but both from South Africa and from the host country where we have the treaty. I think if that would help, I think, for me.
Yes.
Particularly on provincial, because you need to understand, because these treaties are usually on national basis, but then also then it needs to tie it down and cascade to province, which will then also help all of us, I think.
I'm going to stay with that theme and actually both Sophie and Christian get your thoughts. What will it take to get, and what is required to get international treaties working? But very particularly, how do we activate it? And either whoever's ready can kick off.
Well, first of all, let me add something on how to influence policy. I think this is how you influence policy. And this is how you influence policy, creating a platform for the people that are actually part of the reality. Because I believe that good policies start with looking at reality and listening to people that are actually influenced and guided by these policies. So I think later on this afternoon we'll be launching a platform where the intermediaries that we heard about earlier today will be linked up and will be giving a platform and given a voice to create, to transport their reality and their needs to policymakers. Because, I mean, the idea of policy is to enable private activities and not to hinder them. And we heard earlier that sometimes it's the other way around. So that's how we can influence policy, by creating the platform and making actors, making people, and making the needs visible. And then on the question on how can we make sure that that treaties and international conventions and frameworks are actually benefiting the people that they are aspiring to target and to activate, by having that constant feedback, that we are learning by doing this, but by being also ready to take what has not worked and what does not work. I think if you know, probably in the CCI space, even more than in other parts of industry, the ability to, you know, I don't even want to say fail, but to do something and learn from doing it differently is something that is very, very, very accepted and is at the heart of that. And I think a lot of other industries and politics and policy making lack that openness to actually accept that you learn by seeing what doesn't work, and then, you know, feeding that back into doing it better the next time, and you know, aspiring to make things more relevant for those that were actually trying to do that. So I think that's part of how to how to bring very abstract international treaties or agreements into practice by giving the freedom and giving the space to learn and letting those that they're supposed to foster and to help make these experiences on their own.
Yes, you have said everything. I completely agree about this question of treaty and agreements. We have to help artists to travel and to benefit from each other and to, yes, I think we can be part of this policy because we are on the ground, you know, we work with all the institutions and the artists and the creative and cultural industry, but we really have to give our feedback for our politicians also. And regarding the impact, that was the first question. From my side, I think even if we target only 1% with a positive impact, as we are civil servant and we work for public policy, I think we could say we have done the job. When we build a program, we don't know if, for example, we have done a program in fashion design, a mentoring program for young designers. It lasts 2 years, and we are very happy because last year there was 2 of the South African fashion designers that were part of the Fashion Week in Paris.
Nice.
So even if we target 2 persons, I think we have done the job, and this is how to show to our politics and our government what could be this work of cooperation, because this mentorship has been done also with mentor from Germany, South African and French, and finally the result is that they were shown at the Fashion Week. So for me, even if you succeed in touching 2%, 1%, you have done a kind of job in this field of cultural policy.
Awesome, thank you. So I'll sum up some key commonalities I'm hearing, if I may. So it is around the people in the room and the actors, bring the actors into the conversation around policy and diplomacy, the intermediaries, those of us are on the ground, recognizing that there's probably a lack of openness, but in reality, we do work in this sort of agile way, you know, so not getting stuck in the continuous perfect amendments of treaties, but in the doing, and then creating those feedback loops. And what can support the feedback loops is in the doing and collecting those case studies and showcasing it upwards to the ones who are creating the policy. Does that sound?
Yeah. And just the revision of it, because, you know, the honest part is that some of these treaties, when they were signed, it was like prior to 2010. So I'm sure the context and where we are now, we always have to constantly revise, because, I mean, there's innovation, there's fast-paced technology, there's a whole lot of other things, but also there's just new cultural demands. You know, I mean, the cultural demands of 2000 are not probably the cultural demands today. So we always have to revise and check that.
I got excited because you talked about we have to update, and the French treaty was just updated at Cannes, and
Yes.
a French company with natives at large, a Gauteng company,
Yes.
are using that updated treaty because it needed that clarity that television is the kind of the new part of the hockey stick, and audiovisual hadn't been included. So now they're shooting a massive TV series called Spinners, and they were on the panel yesterday, and they were wonderful. So I agree, it has to be updated, it has to be understood, but in reality, the treaties are like the biggest part of the pie. We need to get more people filling in at every step along the way, and these incubators are really a place to start, and then the more senior people get pulled up behind by these agents who went before, these people who had developed agency through such soft power and initiatives like this. Really well done. Thank you.
Thank you. And you bring in an interesting point about how spaces like incubators and hubs can be used. And in fact, I've had similar conversations with the provincial government around how hubs can even be procurement places or clearing houses for innovation, to procure innovation, which kind of like opens up an interesting question: where and what can an agile policy framework look like? See how we just invented that on the stage right now? The idea of an agile policy framework. I'll take Susan. Does anyone have thoughts on that?
Well, we're working with the Jobs for Growth policy at the moment. It's in draft. And it is a design thinking document, and it's an amazing work. And the nice thing is that the researchers did include the culture and creative industries, so we didn't get dropped off this time. But now we have to respond to it in an all-government approach, which is a new way to think. Everyone has their mandate. I'm only allowed to talk about what I'm allowed to talk about. I'm not my CEO. I'm not in an IP, in investment promotion. But I'm allowed to work in the ecosystem and facilitate change. And once we write our strategy together in an all-government approach, then we can approach people with an understanding of how we're going to move the needle, which is why I love the move the compass idea of the WITS section of this discussion. So I just want to say that I think the Germans, from what I heard at the residency last week, when the Premier came back, he spoke about how you're also matching funds. If he can raise funds, then there'll be matching funds, and that's important. So if we have budget, then we can maybe match some of the soft money. So that's another example, but we can only work within our mandate. And yes, we can change the needle at certain times in our planning process.
I mean, one thing, and I'm strictly talking about the German government here, is that governments usually are not the most agile institutions in the world, huh? And they're not the fastest institutions in the world. And specifically with the advancement and the revolutionary speed by which some of the CCI, I mean, talking about digitalization, we are constantly trying to respond to reality. And I think to create also a way of collaborating in government and in policy on how to create that freedom is extremely important. It's not the easiest thing for government to just let things run and create that freedom, but I think that's something that is very important to be able to respond to the needs in a timely fashion and in a timely manner. And there's one example that I would just like to stress. We're working with the Yes for Youth Hub in Alex, and they're trying to be very agile in their skills transfer approach, and they have trained drone pilots. And that's something that, you know, in government institutions, if you were to introduce a new curriculum into public training colleges, it would probably take you 3 to 4 years. And then to be more agile and to allow for that demand-driven skills transfer or conducive environment is, I think, in the CCI space, more important than in most other ones.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I'm linking this to what you were saying earlier on around not seeing CCI separate, but actually integrated to economic growth. So the language around economic growth, around skills development and transfer, around job creation. I mean, those are all key indicators, growth indicators for government. I mean, the question is, if we are showcasing our data more in that format, could that possibly be a way to create more movement and buy-in for work? Either of you, and we can answer that.
I'm going to make it very short, but I think yes. I think speaking to the language of those that are in decision making is extremely important, and I think the case that can be made for CCI is an excellent case. I mean, it's an international sector. It's a very well connected sector. It's a growth sector. It's one that's by nature innovative. And I mean, innovation is one of the catchphrases that we're looking at when we're talking about growth opportunities. And I think the cultural sector is one that is by nature extremely innovative and looking for new frontiers and looking for expanding. So I think it is very important to making that case, not only by its own right is culture and the cultural industry important to humankind, but it's also a very powerful and strong economic factor.
Thank you. So Sophie, I have another question because for you, Monica introduced Spinners that's in development at the moment. That is a real live case study right now. And my question to you is, what is required for successful co-productions?
Just
between Africa and Europe, or in this case, let's say France.
Successful?
Co-productions.
We try to do successful cooperation each time. That from a French perspective, just to let you know, in 2019 we have created a strategy for the cultural and creative industry. Has South Africa in one of our priority country. There is 37 countries which has been targeted like priority, and 7 in Africa continent. So that's the frame, and also just to explain, as you said, it's a cross-disciplinary sectors with lots of potential, and this strategy has been built with Business France, which is the business organization here in South Africa, and with also AFD, Agence Française de Développement, and the embassy and the French Institute in South Africa. So it means that it's a very collaborative work that has been done since 2-3 years, and now to be successful in co-production, I think that it depends on the project and what we put inside, but for us, 80% of the budget of the French Institute is dedicated to cultural and creative industry. And the keys to success, I mean, it is that the project has to be co-created with our partners. This is the key. If we want to impose our view, or if we follow only the view of the partners, I think it doesn't work. We really have to build together ideas and projects. What we have done with the fashion project, but also in the field of music. We organize each year the Fête de la Musique. The Fête de la Musique is a French concept, free music for all during one night. But here in South Africa, it has been created with South African partners, and the idea is to launch a call for participations, and we select new emergent musical artists. We don't import French musical for this Fête de la Musique. We create this call for proposal, and there is a lot of success story of some groups like BCUC or something Soweto that has been discovered because of the Fête de la Musique. So it's only a way to, it's a successful project, but because it is built with South African, and the way we implement here in Johannesburg is different from the way it has been created in France, but this is the concept.
Thank you. So
we keep the concept, the idea,
thank you. So I'm hearing 2 key things for us to learn from there. The one is that it needs to be grounded and rooted in local context, with the local talent leading and giving that local talent new platforms and opportunities to thrive. Thank you. Monica, you introduced the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement earlier on. And I've got my thoughts on that, but I will hold back right now. I'm very keen to hear from you. Where is South Africa in this conversation? I'm here more when I'm traveling on the continent than on the ground. So where are we from a status perspective, and what are the opportunities that we can latch on to get things moving?
Well, the nice thing, it was signed, and they are negotiating, and that's all I'm sort of allowed to say. But we are making commitments. Apparently, negotiations, and I'm not a trade lawyer, require you to say, well, if we put this on the table, what would you give us back in return? So even though it's the whole continent, it does have to have some sort of reciprocality between the commitments. So if we say, you can travel there, you have to give our people access, and it's done on 4 levels, and it's very complicated. But the nice thing is that the audiovisual sector was included, and I think it's really important. It's not just the big telcos. I love the Ojoma's image where there were 4 sections in the CCI industry that all need to talk to each other. So unfortunately, the negotiators, and I'm not calling this out, it's because it's moved so quickly, we're speaking to the Department of Communications, which are mandated for our telcos, and not to the Department of Arts and Culture, which is mandated for the audiovisual creatives. And thus, there was a little delay in inviting this sector that I represent here into that conversation. But it's really interesting, and if we get it right, it's going to help remove some of the barriers. And we basically have to get out of the way of industry so they can get on and work and pull this amazing continent into the 4th Industrial Revolution and float the boat of a good life for all in a sustainable way. And I really do think we have to be more agile, and we have to base it on research, which I'm really excited about the GIZ mapping, and to hear about it next year in full, but we're part of that process right now. And I'm a big believer in research from industry, and to find that out in a live forum with the negotiators where the stuckness is, and that they were being listened to, and that would be brought into the process, gave me a lot of hope that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will benefit us. It just takes time.
Thank you for that. In Tabileng, in one of the I think it was the animation panel yesterday, it was made mention that there's insufficient applications for funding with Gauteng Film Commission, GFC. And early on in the panel, it was made mention that for some co-productions, there needs to be matched funding. My question to you is, what levers are there that are not being optimized by local digital creatives to make some of these projects work, particularly from a co-production perspective?
I think I will still come back to the issue of our animators not knowing where to find the information and where do they know that it would be beneficial for them. And I think if that could be addressed, then it would be easy for them to know once they seek funding in the local agencies, being your NAVF, being the Gauteng Film Commission, and they know that they have an obligation to tie or rather source funding because they already have a partner in any of the co-production treaties or any other companies, and they've got partners there, then at least they are guaranteed that they will be putting something on the table that will then guarantee them the completion of the project. But I think by virtue of a lot of animators not knowing where to source the information and how can they get money from KZN, from GFC, from NAVF, knock on doors of the TTI, and ensuring that by the time they source all these funds, at least they do have something that they have to partner with, because of then also there's no point of seeking these partners internationally when you do not have anything in your pocket and you cannot even commit, because the idea of co-productions is for you to commit with funds, is to commit with audiences, is to commit with distribution, is to commit with a whole lot of things. But we need the primary challenge that I think our animators are facing. It's sourcing of funds. And once that could be addressed, it's easy for you to then go and negotiate something on the table.
Yeah. Christian, do you want to add?
I just think when it comes to accessing what's already there, the question of intermediaries comes into the play again very importantly. I mean, there's a lot of support structures out there, but to be guided towards the necessary channels is something that, I mean, the word intermediary says exactly that, you know, matching two possible and excellent things together.
Yeah. And again, to state the obvious, and I know we're going deeper into this next week, which intermediaries? What is an intermediary?
The access to this kind of information is sometimes very complicated to find the good access and the good information for this kind of cooperation program, finance, funds, etc.
Because I suppose, yes, you're correct. The lack of knowledge and information creates red tape on its own. Yeah. Because then you are stuck.
So some of the complaints I've heard from filmmakers, and I work a lot with animators, is sometimes we apply for funds, we don't get feedback. Sometimes the funding comes when it's too late. Sometimes we don't know why we weren't successful. And I'm quite keen perhaps to hear from all of you, what does a quality project look like before someone knocks on any of your doors? And maybe, can we kick off in Tabileng?
I think that usually at the rate that we are in, particularly at the Gauteng Film Commission, we're trying to ensure that film is a business. So the project must be viable. And what is viable cannot be determined by me, but could only be provided by your distributor who can give you projections. Because remember, also, we need not to be personal about projects, because what is not good for me is great to the world, you know. And for me, also, it really depends on which side I woke up in. But my conversations are always different to say, you know, a great filmmaker is somebody that is able to make money out of the project that they make. What is within the project, that is not a conversation that I am having, because I am looking into the costs. But yet again, depending on how I wake up again, and then I will say, no, actually a great filmmaker is somebody that is able to keep in touch with their audiences. Whether they make money out of that or not is something else. So it really depends on the kind of content as well. Because when you talk about historical projects are not there to make money, because they are there to preserve a certain kind of product you want to preserve. Hypothetically, if you want to preserve language, the German language and the French language, and you want to preserve Zulu, you are guaranteed you're not going to make money out of that. But then you are imparting development within the sector, and whether it's through skills or it's for museums. So it really depends also on where the content is going. And if this content is meant to be sitting in a museum somewhere in Germany, because of some of the Germans, there was a history that took place here. So it really depends on the kind of content. But if it's for pure entertainment, then you need to talk rands and cents at the end of it, because of then now conversations are completely different in terms of the genre that you are producing.
Thank you.
I'm going to just talk because I don't give money yet. We're still trying to get a fund, but it's the city even announced a fund. They still haven't announced the nuts and bolts. It's difficult to give money directly. But what we can do is get out of the way. And part of the way is to just make those applications easier. And all of us sat on something called SAV before COVID, South African Audiovisual Forum. We'd all be in the room, all the ministries. Things were said. We tried to clear up the blockages. But one thing that came out of it was a working group of all the people who do fund, and they were trying to figure out how to have a judge and jury where there wasn't double dipping. It's fine, you can have a project that gets funding from KZN, from your fund, and from NFEF, and from DTI, and from IDC, but don't claim the same amount, you know, for driving whatever food. I don't know what it is. There was double dipping, that's the word I learned. But in the end, what really came out of that for me, and it's easy and people are trying it, I don't know how far it is to do an online system, and it would add a lot. You put in your documents, and I know Durban Film Art Institute does this, and a lot of the smaller projects do this, where you put in an application, did you get all your documents, a functionary checks it, gets kicked out at that point, you didn't put up a certified copy of your document, redo it, and then your hand is held through the daisy chain until it gets to the kind of issue about will it make money, are the eyeballs good, and that's usually a jury of peers, people in the industry, in the incubators like Durban Film Art, or possibly the ones here, I'm not sure how they work, but there are some pitching for them here, and that's the point. It does become subjective in the end, but it's about, have you defined your audience? Is there money in that audience? And then the opposite way is to just test projects on your own and do the TikTokification of work, where you just test and see what becomes viral, and then you can start to show, look, I made that podcast, it went viral, I now want to make it into a podcast series, and I want to make it more immersive, so then you can start asking for more money because you've proven it. So it can go either way. It can go formal, but I agree we need to get out of the way of the application process and not let people wait a long time. And I think that's something as government we can all do when we give away money, is to make it reliable, fast, safe, and clear.
Thank you.
Yes, I completely agree. From the French Institute, sometimes it's a bit complicated to understand which call for proposal, which call for candidates or project. And for example, there is we have 3 ways of action, of interventions. We can give subsidies, it depends on the project, for several kind of artistic project. We can be in co-production, so we are in a position to create with a partner a project, but also we develop our own project, like the Fête de la Musique, the musical festival, with the help of a service provider. So we have 3 main ways of action, but there is also other call for participations, like residency, like school exchanges, international exchanges. So I can understand that sometimes it's a bit complicated to know what I'm going to apply, in which project, in which call. So we have to do this work also to clarify the way of supporting cultural and creative industry. And also I speak only about the French Institute, but there is also some fundings coming from the embassy. And it's not completely clear where you can find the information on the website of the embassy or the website of the French Institute. That's why I understand that sometimes it's a bit tricky to find the good channel and the good project. And but we have an historical presence here in South Africa, so the artists and the ecosystem, they know us, so we managed to create very incredible project, but I understand sometimes for the artist, or it could be complicated. And also I'm part of the UNIC cluster. UNIC, this is the network of European cultural center in South Africa, and there is also call for proposal in the frame of UNIC. So you have to follow the website, UNIC Global.
But is there any key thing you're looking for a project? Like what makes a project wow for you to say, yes, I'm willing to take a risk and put money there? So before anyone even makes the effort of looking for where to find the funding, what are you looking for?
For us, there must be a link between France and South Africa, even if it is not a question of having a French artist. Maybe in terms of values, we want to communicate our values, or in terms of artistic creation that can be reinterpreted here with South African artists. We must find a link between France and South Africa. For example, we support the award Gérard Sekoto, which is an award for visual artists, since several years, because Gérard Sekoto has been exiled in France during several years. So we always want to have a link with France. We seek this kind of link, even if it is only a value or an interest for France. That's for us the guideline.
Perfect, thank you.
I just want to say, I think, and I believe that sometimes we make actors in the culture and creative industry jump through hoops that other parts of industry would not be exposed to.
Or other parts of the world, to be honest.
And that as well. I think it's just because the general perception is that this is something that's nice to have, or it's something that is there's no monetary or economic value behind it. So I think the first important thing is to take cultural and creative industry serious and say this is a very real part of industry and of economic relations. So I think that's the first thing I want to say. Take the actors seriously and don't make their lives more complicated than it has to be, and that you're not imposing on other parts of the industry. So why would you do it in the CCI space? And then the second question is obviously innovation, creativity, something that's new and something that's in demand. And the good news is that African content in cultural industry is in high demand. So I think for us it is important to make sure that the value added and that value chain that is connected to African content actually is benefiting actors and creatives in Africa. And I think that's why we've heard about the boot camp and interlinking African actors on making sure that they have the platform and they have the capability and they have the interconnectivity to actually present their own content to a world audience is extremely important.
Thank you. So I'll just sum that up quickly. So the good news is that African creative and cultural industries is in high demand. Excellent. But it's also about, I think, digital creatives to understand that they are different, understand the purpose of your project, I think came through, and that there are different formats of financing depending on your purpose and who your audience is, so understand who your audience is. So the example was given that if it's historical, it's preservation. And there's a few other examples. I won't go into the detail, but also know that when it's entertainment, then it is an economic conversation and a business model conversation. So my final question to all of you, and we'll do it popcorn style, pop in your hot with an answer. So very top headline thoughts on this is, what conversation should we be having from now on with regard to cultural policy and diplomacy? What conversation should we have from now on?
I want to go first because research and pay it forward. You see, I knew this was coming. We'd have to round up. If somebody calls you to take part in a panel or to lean in on a conversation on the African Free Trade Agreement, don't say, I'm too busy. That's really important to your future. That's a spear for your 10 years, your grandchildren. Have those hard conversations now. Don't just complain over a cup of tea or in a bar at night. Take part in research. There's so much mapping going on. We need your experts. You're the experts. You're on the front line. And policy, economic and cultural diplomacy, policy comes and changes when you have those hard conversations. And you will be listened to because we have to move more quickly.
Thank you.
I think it's bringing back the conversations of understanding our worth in the sector. Because I think we have not spoken about how much we are really contributing into the GDP. And once we understand how much we are contributing into the GDP and start having those conversations, particularly on government side, to say, this sector that you are neglecting so much, and you always say, because one politician said to me, we just don't know where to place you in Tabeling. We as Nazis in Begapi, you know. And I think it's because people do not understand, even at a political level, how much the creative industry is contributing to the GDP. Yes, everybody's happy to receive the money that is created by us, but nobody then wants to say they are not sure where we should be. But once we understand our worth, once we understand our contribution into the sector, once we start communicating, and we are the ones that will make noise to say, we are actually employing so many people, and as a result, this is translating to economic investment so much. And once you take that ripple effect into 3 years and into 5 years, then government will start realizing more, because now they think we are just there for fun, and we are not.
Thank you. From now on, which conversation should we be having?
Should I go? Be as concrete as possible. You know, continue that dialogue and continue the conversation in making sure. I like to look at CCI as a cluster of industry, and what are the hindrances that make growth in the cluster complicated or more difficult than it should be, and be as specific and as to the point and concrete as possible, and make sure that we know what needs to be removed or what needs to be added to make that creativity that is there translate into growth, into actual projects, into actual cooperation, and into actual things that are real and that are on the ground.
Perfect. Thank you.
I completely agree. Just to expand this dialogue, this space for conversation and for this cultural exchange, because I think it makes sense for life, for artists, and also the cooperation between institutions, between partnerships, between even civil organization, but also diplomatic organization. I think it's powerful in that time of crisis. We need to find sense also and to expand this dialogue. We have just finished our forum last week about the European and Africa dialogue, and the actions were powerful, and to transform this dialogue in action also. That is the key.
Oh, thank you. So we have 4 key themes to take forward. We need to participate, don't moan. Understand our worth and communicate it, how we contribute to GDP. We need to be as concrete as possible. Get down to the specifications around what do we need to add and what do we need to remove. And take cultural actions with cultural and collaborate. So take cultural actions and collaborate across institutions. So with that, you've been a lovely panel. And I'm looking forward to taking the conversations and the collaborations forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you to our lovely panelists. Thank you for your contributions to our industry. Thank you for all the work that you do. And I hope that everyone at home watching took some notes, especially the artists. A lot of key information was said in here. And thank you so much for joining us. We're about to break for lunch. Another reminder, we are having our karaoke this evening. Please prepare your songs. There is a food truck outside, and there's going to be an expo happening right here in the iClub. Please be sure to walk around, mingle. One last time, turn to your left, turn to your right. Say, hello, Explorer. Hello. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for having us today. Thank you so much. Bye, guys. Just a quick reminder, please don't forget to join our unconference upstairs after lunch, after the Pan-African Conference as well. Please be sure. Thank you. It's by invite only. Please check your invites as well. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Just a quick reminder for the unconference, which is invite only. It will begin from 2 to 5, and the intermediaries make sure will be on the deck from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Thank you. Calling all explorers. Calling all explorers, please make your way to the conference room. We are about to begin. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for joining us for conference day 2. Please make your way to the conference room, explorers. Please make your way to the conference room. Calling all explorers, please make your way to the conference room. We are about to begin. Please make your way to the conference room. This is the last call for all explorers. Please make your way to the conference room. Grab your coffee, grab your water, grab your drink, and please make your way to the conference room. All right. Some explorers will join us in a moment. Welcome to the Pan-African Gaming Focus, everyone. I'd like to introduce our lovely panelists. And a specific panelist right now is Nontando Vungwana, and she'll be moderating this panel. Nontando Vungwana is the project manager for the Timluhung Gaming Incubator. With over 8 years of experience as a project manager, she has managed and delivered a number of multidisciplinary projects, successfully enabling organizations to achieve strategic goals. She is a certified project management professional with the Global Project Management Institute. She believes in the power of project management as a means to successfully derive business value and achieve organizational goals and objectives. Nontando, please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntokozo. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We gather this afternoon to shine a light on the African gaming landscape, looking at where we are as a community, what have we achieved, the strides we've made thus far, what challenges we encounter as a community, how can we work together to abate these challenges, how do we position and focus ourselves as a community to achieve our desired goals, what are the possible collaborations that we can form to accelerate our agenda, how do we ensure the African gaming space gets the support it needs from policymakers and legislation and the powers that be, how do we influence the powers that be to take the industry seriously, and how can we as an industry help society in solving the prevailing societal ills that we face as a continent. I am joined today by an esteemed panel of guests who are going to join together to share their thoughts, ideas, experience, as well as the work they have done in this space. I have with me on my far left-hand side, Ben Maguta. Ben Maguta is a business analyst from IT Think Gaming. He's also a gaming researcher and an engineer. He has led the 2021 Game Jams and is currently part of the Timluhung Gaming Incubator project team. Ben and his team won the African leg of the 2021 Oxford Made the Systems competition for their research on African gaming. Welcome, Ben. I'm also joined by Avuzwa Nonjongwana. Avuzwa is a co-founder of South Game Studio, a gaming studio founded by 3 young Black women. She's the head programmer of the South Game Studio. Avuzwa has been in the space for 3 years with experience in Android development and AWS cloud engineering. Avuzwa's company, South Game Studio, is currently incubated by the Timluhung, and she's also studying project management at Wits Business School. Welcome, Avuzwa.
Thank you, Nontando. I
am also joined online by Professor Odile Limpak, who teaches economics and entrepreneurship at the Cologne Game Lab, T.H. Cologne University of Applied Sciences, and is managing the incubator for the CGL. She's also a co-founder of the accelerator Spill Fabric 360 Degrees and works as a strategic consultant for serious games across and cross-media projects. Between 2007 and 2014, she was the managing director at the German entertainment software studio Blue Byte. Before she was the managing director of Ubisoft GmbH, she graduated from business school in France and completed an MBA in the USA. Odile is also involved as a volunteer in the areas of vocational training and creative industries development. Furthermore, for 20 years, she acted as an advisor, CEF, for the French Ministry for International Business Development. Welcome, Odile. And last but not least, I am joined by Vulanim Tembu on my side. Vulanim Tembu is the Gamebox curator and innovation officer for the Goethe Institute. He also serves as the vice president of the KwaZulu-Natal Society of Arts, a creative technologist and interdisciplinary artist who has worked with Apple and Amazon, amongst others. Welcome, Vulani. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, so Ben, an engineer turned gaming researcher and a programmer and a program developer. How did you find yourself in this space? Tell us about your journey.
Okay, I think to understand my story, we first need to understand how IT Think Gaming came about, which is the company I currently work for. So the founder and CEO of IT Think Gaming, Raymond, also runs a non-profit NGO called Diski99. So Diski99 focuses on contact sports, so your soccer, your netball, etc. So when the pandemic hit, obviously contact sport was no longer an option, and we had to find different ways to keep the youth engaged. We were like, why not try esports, right? Because it's minimal contact and it's still sports in a way. So yeah, we ran a few esports tournaments in Soweto, and the youth loved it, the kids loved it. And while we were there, we were like, wouldn't it be cooler if they were playing our games developed in Africa? And that's when everything all started. At the time, I was just an engineering graduate. Ray said, hey, I have this vision, we should start creating African games. I think the best thing we did at that point was we started with research. Not just passive research, but we did like formal research. And as Nontando mentioned, we went on to win the local leg of Oxford Map the Systems for our topic in lack of representation of African in the global gaming industry. So representation was in the sense of the content you play, the developers, the people who make the games, and the actual gamers. We presented our work at Oxford, and everything pretty much started from there. So the academy, the incubator, and more recently the studio that we're launching started from the pandemic, basically. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, you mentioned IT Think Gaming. IT Think Gaming is a new player in the African gaming space, and they've achieved quite a lot to date. Can you please speak to us about IT Think Gaming? In short, what are they about, and also their linkage to the Tzimmelachang incubator?
Okay, so after the research, I think one of the main things we identified was lack of skills. And at the time, we're like, okay, let's try develop a game development training academy. So during our call for applications for that, we realized that, yes, you have people that are interested in gaming and don't know what to do, but you also have people that are already developing games and they just need a different type of support. So we're like, instead of just running an academy, we're going to do an academy and an incubator. So the academy for the people that are starting out code, and an incubator for those guys that have already been working on games. It was a success in that if you take someone who didn't know that this is an option and you sort of plant that seed that, hey, you know that there is a whole industry that's booming, it's worth whatever $1 billion, and you can take your chance. You can take your chances in this. We had a few success stories, I think recently at Comic-Con, I saw some of them, and the incubator similarly, we took them to Africa Games Week, they showcased their work, people loved it, but there was always that question, what next, right? So around that time, we were having discussions with Tzimmelachang, Joy, and Kendall at the time. And I think they were also busy with their gaming research at the time. I think the key thing that we did was like, let's try partner and collaborate instead of compete or try to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. So that means if someone is going to do the academy, maybe someone else should do the incubator, and then maybe someone else do the accelerator. I think that's where we got it right. So now we're working on a model where, maybe IT Think Gaming does the academy, Tzimmelachang incubates them, and IT Think Gaming and Tzimmelachang come together to accelerate them, to push their products to market.
Okay, great, Ben. I think that's very important when it comes to the whole pipeline and making sure we hone and we harness the talent that we have in this gaming space. You mentioned that one of the key focuses of IT Think as a gaming company is to create representation, which speaks to inclusivity as well. When it comes to that important aspect in advancing the African gaming ecosystem, I know that Vulane, your organization, is also heavily involved in harnessing raw talent from townships, mobilizing the young people in the townships to get on board these programs, such as game development. You run a program called Every Game Accounts. Tell us more about that program. How did it come about, and what is the importance of having such programs in our townships, and how can these programs help us in alleviating all the social ills we found in our townships, such as substance abuse and unemployment? Please do tell us about you.
Thank you so much. Yes, as most people will know, the Goethe Institute, particularly in South Africa, we've had a very long relationship, spanning almost a decade in the gaming industry. Actually, one of the foremost cultural institutes who, from the beginning, have always believed in gaming as a medium. You know, if you compare it to movies, film, or and other forms of entertainment or media. We, at some point, I think it was around 2 years ago, we came to a realization that there was a lot in the gaming, especially in the African gaming game development space. There wasn't enough in terms of, I wouldn't say enough training per se. I would say just in terms of the diversity issue, which I think now is the topical issue. But at that time, it wasn't something that was there was a strong focus on in terms of if we don't have diversity, how then do we solve that? There wasn't a strategy around it. So one of our first things that we decided to do, hey, you know what? Instead of partnering with the usual partners that we usually partner with, let's try and do something a bit different. Let's try and conceive, because you specifically mentioned the Every Game accounts. Let's try and go to the townships and see what can we find in terms of how far people are, because there wasn't any real study done there. Most of the studies that are actually done, and most research is usually done in incubation spaces. It's usually done in tertiary institutions or certain more already established spaces. And there isn't any study that really goes out to the people, to the marginalized communities, and actually reaches out. So our first thing was, of course, we knew there was going to be a huge challenge because we needed to know where to start, first of all. And one of the drivers as well, in terms of diversity for us, it's not mostly just because we just need, just for the sake of it. We believe that diversity, inclusion, in whatever medium you are involved in, whether it's film, even besides just gaming, whatever, if you're creating a product or you're making something, the more people or the more diverse you tap into, you alleviate blind spots. As a result, your product just gets better. Mm-hmm. You don't have to make it super political or try to make it. It's just like how it works. If you have people from diverse backgrounds, you'll see in the last few years, particularly in the AAA space, not so much in the indie dev space, games have started to have a sort of similar output. They're becoming very homogeneous, very, like it's an FPS. If it's not an FPS, it's a platform and things like that. So in order to break that cycle, you need to inject other ideas. You need to find people outside of that are going to bring that, and also to come out of our bubbles. And during the Every Game accounts, which I'm not going to go into a lot of details now because we also have a presentation tomorrow, which will go into depth on what we discovered there. But there was a lot of pleasant surprises. We discovered people that think differently about game design, about creating And speaking to what you were saying in terms of alleviating what is happening in the townships in terms of the situation that people are coming up with, I think our approach there is this project is just to to make some people aware in those townships that the game development is a viable option. There's other things outside of film, outside of other more established mediums. So for us, that's what our interest is there. I hope I have answered it.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
On that, thank you. I think it's very important. Diversification is very important, especially if we want to advance the industry. Speaking about diversification and representation, we are now seeing a lot of women getting into the gaming development space. We have with us here Avuzwa. Avuzwa is a female game developer. They have opened an all-female game studio, and they're also being incubated as part of the Tsimelorgang incubator program. Avuzwa, welcome. I would like you to tell us about your journey as a female developer in a male-dominated industry. How has it fared?
Thank you so much, Nandando. Wow. Well, I'll backtrack to how I actually I got into tech. So I did an online Google certification for Android, and then I went on to study software with Boston. And I remember looking into the top jobs that would actually be employing in South Africa in the next 10 years, and IT came out to be number 5, if I'm not mistaken. So I told myself, I was like, you know what? I am going to teach myself how to code, and I am going to be part of the people that I employed in the next 5 or 10 years. So I went into it. I am a self-taught programmer, but I went on to polish it a bit with Boston, even though I didn't finish, but I pushed through. And just as the pandemic was a bit slowing down, IT Think, I got into their Academy of Gaming. So it was I think my sister got into it because it was a network of accountants, and Raymond is an accountant, and so it was that type of way. She was like, oh, you should enter this, and I was like, but I'm not a gamer, and she was like, no, just do it. And I went into the academy, and that's how I got into gaming. And it was such a beautiful journey. It was online, it was virtual, and I remember Ben was the coordinator at the time. He was making sure everything is going well, and I remember he calling us and he's like, guys, why don't you enter for Fak'ugesi? And it was me and the 2 co-founders, Nompumelelo and Dinigo. And he was like, no, man, just go for Fak'ugesi. We're like, what? There's going to be a lot of men. And I remember when we came into Fak'ugesi, we were literally the only team of women. And we just were like, you know what, guys, let's just do it because we're already here. And we pushed through. I think on the second day, we started getting confident. And we're like, let's do it. And we actually won Fak'ugesi last year as we came out 3rd place. And so that's how I got into gaming, and now we're currently incubated with Simulokong, and we have our own company or our own studio, South Game Studio, and that's how I really got into tech and gaming as a whole.
Great. I just would like to know from your journey, what are some of the challenges that you as women have experienced in the industry? And right now, as we're speaking, what would you say to a young woman out there who's looking to join this male-dominated industry?
I think, the biggest challenge is confidence. We have been struggling with being confident with our work, with our code, with just how we navigate things, because we have that thing, Yoguti, that we're women, we're coders, and we always have this, oh, you're a woman, you're a coder, and you're just like, can I just be a woman who's just a programmer? Yeah. But we've navigated. That is the biggest challenge: being confident in our work and being confident in working with a lot of males in the industry. Going to Comic-Con, it was a lot of males. It was nice to see women as well, but in that you learn to focusing on what you love and actually learning to be more confident in your work. And I mean, I'd say to someone, a young woman who's sitting out there who really wants to go into gaming, be confident. Be confident in yourself. Be confident that no matter how raw your work is or whatever that you don't understand, there's people that actually want to help. There's institutes like Simulokong that want to help women and push in what they're doing. So I think if someone is out there, the spaces like this, come through, will assist. I think even with Simulokong, one thing I've learned from Simulokong as a company is we want to help just as much as Simulokong has helped us get to this point.
Okay. Thank you, Avuzwa. Odile, as a more experienced female in the industry, and just echoing on what Avuzwa has spoken about, the challenges that women face, I'd just like to know about your journey as a woman in this male-dominated space. You are killing it, you're doing great. How do you then harness this confidence as a woman that Avuzwa is speaking about? And how do we get more women confident to actually join this space and for them to feel supported?
Yes, thank you. Well, I've been in the gaming industry for a very, very long time. It's like almost 30 years now, so you can imagine at that time there was also not many women coming into the industry. And I really like what was said before. It's really all about confidence, actually. It's very difficult to say men work like that, women work like that. I think I don't care about this, actually. I think what Vulani was saying, diversity is so important to make good games. So that's the most important thing, actually, is that we need diverse teams to have innovation, to have games that are done for. Because the target groups of the gaming industry is so big now, we can develop games for everybody. And you need diverse teams to do that. You can't do it with only white male team. in Europe. So I think this is one point that you really have to keep in mind. It's not about being man or woman, just being having this opportunity to take all the background and to mix them together and make the best games out of it. And how do we get more? I think the last 2 years we have really seen in the gaming industry a discussion about this, which is good. I think it took a long time to really start about, and everybody agrees actually that diversity is good, even if we still have companies that do not manage to have made diverse enough teams. I think one point is really this discussion and project like Ulane is doing about really getting the people, getting the women working in the game industry, discovering it. And I think one of the main point that I totally agree, it's about confidence. It's about just daring to be made a minority at the beginning, and daring to just stand to your point and to your work and to what you're doing. And I think that we need a lot of role models for that. From my own experience, I think I never had a trouble working with men, probably because my mother from very small was working, was having responsibilities in the job, and the discussion was never about being a woman or a man or whatever, but just doing a job that you like and that you're good at and that you're going to really enjoy and push forward. So I think giving this kind of role model and always speaking about it, showing like you are doing today with this kind of panel discussion, young women that are daring to do it and to take this role. I think this is the best way we can do to get more women and more diversity in the gaming industry. And also showing the successes and the quality of the games that come out of diverse teams.
Great, awesome, thank you. Also, your organization runs a mentorship program called Co-Production, focused at supporting African game developers and studios in improving their business skills, refining their games, and basically accessing markets to them. Can you please tell us about this program and what the work that you've done in the program, and how has that helped and advanced the African gaming ecosystem and the small independent studios that are in Africa?
Yes, so actually when we started to work, it was at the invitations a couple of years ago already on Ulane and the Goethe Institute. We started to look at the African market and then African development, games development. And we saw two things. We saw a lot of very talented people, young people very eager to learn, as you were saying at the beginning, also a need of a lot of things, of better ecosystem, of better training and so on. But we saw really young, talented people willing to come to the game industry. And on the other hand, we saw also a very big market. A lot of young people, everybody on mobile, playing games, and the very growth that is coming to Africa from the gaming market. So we say, how can we somehow help this and support this and bring a bit of our expertise that we have in Europe to the African continent? We came with the idea of making co-production between African studio and European studios. So it's we already run the program for 2 years, and we are preparing the third year right now. And so put it very briefly, we ask studios, African studio to apply to the program. So last year I took my notes. This morning we had 96 applications from all Africa applying to the program. We selected 9 studios. It was 5 on PC and 4 on mobile. And we worked with a big company, Orange and Ubisoft, to help the studio finance a bit of the prototyping. And then we had a all-year program of mentoring and coaching the studios to find European partners. So at the beginning, we worked only with the African studio to help them define their project, help them professionalize their offer, exactly understand what are their strengths, what are the weaknesses, what kind of help would they need. And then at some point, presented these 9 studios to European studios. We did a big matchmaking event where they could meet. And at the end, now we have, if I remember, there are 9 co-productions running. No, 6 co-production running. So the beginning, it was a pan-European, pan-African program. So we selected studio from Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, Senegal, And now they are working with studios coming from Ireland, Germany, France. So sometimes they took the project from the African studio and the European studio joined, and now they are working on building a co-production together. So finishing the project together, finding the financing together, and working together on the project, so that we think that by this way, the African studio learn from the European studio, and the European studio learn as much also from the African. And it's a really a win-win situation for both sides. And sometimes they met and decided to start a new project because most of the time when you do matchmaking, then people start to understand each other. They realize they have the same way of thinking, they have similar ideas maybe about game design, about what kind of game they want to do, and then they start to work on a new game. So that's the idea of the program. It's really, on one side, help professionalize the African studio and bring all our experts. Also, we have a big expert network, of course, from African and European experts. So bring our network of experts to this studio, bring our network of European studios that might have also, it might be a little bit easier for them to find financing because we have a lot of public funds in Europe, and bring these people and make kind of couples of African European studios so that they build relationship and they make one project. Ideally, it's not only one project, it can be in the future, if you get to know each other, if you realize where are your strengths, your weaknesses, then they should be able to have a long-term relationship, actually. And maybe I should add as last, one of the criteria we had for selecting the African project was also African content. We really were looking for projects and games with African content because we think there's a lack of this worldwide. And every European we presented the projects loved it. So it's not a question of there's no market for that. I'm 100% sure there's a big market for African content. And that was also a way to push it a bit and give it more visibility. And we had a nice review, for example, at the Gamescom this year, where nice articles have been made, and there's a lot of communication about this program. And yeah, we're very happy we were able to do it this year, and we are really working on starting it next year.
Thank you for that. On that topic of African content, trying to make sure we get our content out there to the world, Vulani, you also work as an innovation officer, and you work intensively with artists, developers, researchers in the gaming space. What would you say is the greatest challenge faced by the game developers in Africa?
Thank you so much. I would say, I think we're very fortunate as well. We're in a very fortunate position as the Goethe Institute, particularly because in the continent we almost have, certain offices. We are almost present in every country in Africa, so we can have a better overview of what goes on in there, and also having strong partners such as Fabric or Dylan and team has been invaluable to us to actually get to exactly why aren't, because what we realize, it's not a skill set issue. African game developers are very proficient. If anything, they are in some projects even ahead of our counterparts in other parts of the world. Then if it wasn't a skill set issue, then what is it? Because we also thought maybe could probably have been an access to technology. And then we found out through some projects that we were doing, also through the Epic Game accounts and other mapping projects that we were doing in partnership with Odile and her team as well, that actually it's not even the access issue then what was the challenge really? So if we talk about access, I'm just talking about access to equipment and things like that. It's not really about that. And I've had a lot of conversations about that, and we don't really believe as the institute that that's what it is through the projects that we've done. And it's just, I think our issue we found is actually information. So people don't actually know where to go to do certain things. So institutions are there, the infrastructure, we'll get to the internet part, because that's also, again, that's one thing as well in Africa that's sort of like holding a lot of development back. But it's not, doesn't have as much impact as most people, unless of course we're talking esports, because you need to have a good ping and stuff like that. So that's holding it back a lot in the esports sphere. But in terms of game development, it's not really holding it back that much, development in Africa. Because also Africa is one of the, if not the biggest, mobile gaming community in the world. So people, you know, it's not, so it's mostly knowing where to go, right? So people just need to know, and I think we have to work as a community as well to just make sure that people are aware where to go if you want to develop, if you want to be a game developer, if you want to be a, you know, a graphic designer, you want to be, you know, you want to work in some parts, you want to be a programmer, you want to work in the gaming industry, where to go, which doors to knock. If the industry, like we have, the whole pipeline is there in place, right? But people just don't know where to go. I think we need to work very hard on that. So I don't think it's a skill set shortage. It's not definitely not a skill set shortage. Nor is it a shortage of equipment. So for me, that's just what it is. I think we just need to work out a strategy as institutions on how we get access information to people so they know which doors to knock on if they want to get into the industry. But also additionally, I find it very curious that right now, even in 2022, yes, we've made headway in terms of gaming as a community. I mean, and I'm going to talk about this worldwide, but very curious that gaming still kind of has a stigma around it, weird, you know, like it's sort of like a very much more niche industry, which the figures are the total opposite. Right now, the gaming industry is the biggest industry on the planet. It is so big, you can take all of Hollywood, every output, Marvel movies, everything, you take the music industry, the whole thing, every record label that's out in the world, put it together, they don't even amount to 2/3 of what the gaming industry does. But we still, funny enough, the gaming industry still takes a bit of a place second fiddle to, you know, to industries which are much less in terms of impact right now than itself, right? Like, gaming industry is the biggest thing now. So that's why it's also important as well as, and of course, this is why projects like with the mapping projects we do with Speed for Break, the co-production markets where we do with some constituents, that we need to really accelerate them and highlight them, because we don't want to be left behind again in yet another revolution, as it has been the case in terms of Africa, you know. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents on that.
And I think just to add on to what Vulani is saying as well, I always make like a very simple analogy, maybe too simple, to say we have an unemployment problem, right? And then we have this big industry that we as Africans are not tapping into. Like, why? I know it sounds simple, right?
Yeah.
Who's not coming to the party? Is it the issue of stigma? Is it government just don't understand what's going on with the industry? But clearly, this should be part of their strategy to say a $300 billion industry, let's try and tap into that.
I think also that something Vulani touched on as well is the internet issue as well. It plays such a big role. I'm just going to touch on Trace has an academy, right? And when I was actually applying on it, I was like, this should actually be going out to villages. Like, kids want to learn about these things. And it now, when you look into that, it's a matter of, oh, we don't have internet. I mean, I know where I come from in Eastern Cape, you won't get internet. For even network of just MTN or Vodacom, you will not get it. So it's always then a case of, how do we, because I don't want to go into the government sector part of it, but it's like, how do we push through to have this information given out there and having all this diversity and all these games created and telling different stories. And it's amazing what, I mean, when I was working with Vulani with one of their projects, Every Gamer Counts, the games that people were creating, the kids were creating, I was just like, wow. And imagine now all these kids in the rural areas coming out with all these diversified games and taking over just the gaming industry as a whole.
Yeah. So I think what's important is, as a community, that we organize ourselves in a manner, in a fashion that we are quite visible and we get ourselves out there, and also just to advocate for the importance of gaming, even with our legislators, the powers that be, to come on board to support the industry. I think that's the most important thing. Also, Odile, I just would like you to touch on your program and the importance basically of such collaborations. You know, how do we strengthen and establish more partnerships of this nature such that we as Africans will get ourselves out there and we access your European markets? How do we strengthen this? How do we as an industry mobilize our own powers that be in our own continent?
Yes, I think it's we have two ways of, or two challenges, I would say. On one side, I think it's the visibility. So the more, as you were just saying, the more the games and the people that do games are visible, the better, because we attract new talent and new people. And all these also initiatives, we're really very impressed about all these incubator, accelerator that are happening now actually in South Africa also a lot, but in Kenya also. So I think having these places that help the young people to professionalize. We have the same issues in Europe. That's why I started an incubator at the Cologne Game Lab at our university, because we saw the power of innovation and we saw how good the games are that are coming from these young people, but we also see the need to accompany them for the first years, to really put all the boring business side out of it. And you know, you have a good game, yes, but you need to publish it, you need to organize your company, you need to make human resources, accounting, and so on, all this. So I think one side is really not only the power of innovation, but also really having this enabling a journey where a company is happening at the end, where really it's not only just one game and it's for fun, which we see a lot in Europe as well as in Africa, like people doing game by the side of it. And I think this is a pity. It's just like they don't see it as a business, they see it as a, yes, it's something they do in their free time, on weekends, and they do great games. But the step from doing just a good game on the weekend, and it's the beginning, it's perfect, because then you can try out your ideas and see what's working. But then, you know, making this step to, it's going to be a business, a company, I'm going to publish it, I will live from this business, and I will allow also other people to live from this business. I think this is a big steps to do, and this is where really we can help to the young people to really, young or not young, the one that maybe come from animation, for example. You have a big animation industry in the different African countries, coming to the gaming and understanding how the gaming is doing. So I think there's a lot about visibility, information, as Roland was saying, access to who are the actors, where are the market data, and so on. And on the other end, well, the program we have been doing, it costs a lot of money to coach these teams, organize matchmaking, make sure that they get some money for the prototypes and so on. And what we think is that last year we were able to work with Ubisoft and with Orange about such a program. So having big companies interested in doing this, I think is one of the key, because they have the power and they have the means to do that. We are doing right now with the Spielfabrik, we are doing a study for the geese in Germany. So it's an international entity, public entity in Germany that is interested in the gaming industry also, and we try to, we consult with them for the moment also, what could we do, what kind of program could we put in place so that we put Germany and Europe and Africa together and work together on diversity, on professionalization and so on. Honestly, I think one of the points is really finding the funds to be able to really make these programs happen. And this is where we can help, what we are trying to do. And also, we are always happy to meet other partners, especially from African countries, to make sure that we work all together on building this kind of program. And it takes a long time. You know, with Spielfabrik, we started professionalization and acceleration program, it's already 6 years ago. We started with 4 companies at the beginning. Now we have every year between 10 and 20 companies we can accelerate. And it's just because one year after the other, people see the result, they see the teams are building their studio and so on. And we need, so it's time to really mature the programs and make sure that everybody sees what's coming out. And also the alumni are ready to help the young ones. So it's really building a big international community, so that we make sure that everybody is profiting also from it, from both sides.
Just to add on what she said also, I think as Africa, we also have like a unique set of socio-economic problems, and when those meet the gaming problems, it just sort of amplifies everything, right? Case in point, during our research, we tried to plot the journey of, a backroom developer, like how would that go? As we all know, the gaming industry is a high failure rate, and you need to have that runway for you to fail a couple of times and then pivot and then try something different. Unfortunately, in our current economy, you just cannot do that. You have to put food on the table, and again, we end up losing people to the gambling industry, et cetera, et cetera. So we cannot ignore the dependency on our unique set of socioeconomic problems.
Also additionally, I totally agree. We don't have enough cushioning, to like make mistakes and sort of like, cause you have to fail. That's the whole thing. That's the whole, especially when it comes to development. But also, there's something that most people just take for granted. The fact that when they think gaming industry, they don't think of it like the film industry. Like if you talk to anyone on the street and you tell them about, hey, I'm going to start a game, maybe a film studio, automatically, everyone knows a film studio needs, of course, you get your normal crew, you need your director and everyone who actually is going to create, a cameraman, people who are actually going to create the product. But the film studio also needs a security guard. It also needs cleaning staff. It also needs a lawyer for legislative purposes and all sort of things. It also needs admin. It needs but they don't think of the gaming industry like that. And it also speaks to what we said earlier in terms of the government not focusing on the gaming industry as an industry like any other one, right? So, in the gaming studio, most probably actually you'd find that you could actually have even less in terms of the more specialized skill sets, like whether it's a rigger, an animator, or a programmer and things. And you'll have other people, you'll find that they can even have more administrators. They have even more in the legal department, but they're working in the gaming industry, right? So the when you support the gaming industry, you're actually supporting the whole because of careers, just like in any other industry, right? And right now, because it is the biggest and most profitable, you will achieve that much quicker than even if you are working. I'm not downplaying other media, by the way, but I'm just saying because it's the most profitable right now, it's the most, you will achieve that actually much quicker than if you're invested in any other medium, if you start, and also because also there's this whole thing like maybe video game studios are supposed to be started. You can start a video game studio and you don't have probably maybe a background in development. Maybe you're just a lawyer or maybe you're just a businessman. You get the people. Just how even the film industry works. Most producers are not filmmakers, but we just need those people from all other, they must treat it as, it mustn't be like a geek thing, which is, I don't know why when it comes to games, it becomes a geek thing all of a sudden. And in other industries, people start film studios and they're not like super DOPs. They're just business, we need the same thing here. In South Africa, I think we're still in the geek phase. You just feel like it needs to be started by a programmer, a game studio. And then that's where it ends. You still need cleaning stuff. It opens up.
So it's just about changing the narrative, basically, from it just being a hobby to it being a career choice, So, how do we then, position this industry as well as this the games that are being developed such that we focus on the business element of it and how that business element can actually help us in solving most of our issues. We know in South Africa we've got high unemployment rates. If we get our young people on board developing their own games, how can we do that? Avuza, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
I think it starts from the whole idea that, like Vulani is saying, when you think of a gamer, you're thinking, hey, it's a man at the back of a room, just stuck there and doesn't have a life, and it's not that, you know. There's a lot of I didn't expect you to be like this. You're a woman and you're a gamer. I thought geeks are supposed to wear like big clothes and you know. So I think it all starts from, you know, showing that I am a game developer, and you can still look like this and still be a game developer. But I also think in creating more jobs and getting people in is speaking more of, there's so much more in gaming. It's not just the programming side of it. There's the law part of it, which I think a lot of maybe some other studios don't understand yet. It's for them, it's all about the love of gaming and just creating a game. Only then these things click, like, oh, we actually need a lawyer. The finance part of it, you know, and you don't have to know everything, right? So having people understand that you can still be a financial accountant and still work in the gaming industry. You could still be in animation and still be in the gaming, and you could do videography and still be. So it's about letting people know and giving out the information that it's not just narrowing down to just gaming and sitting in a chair all day. You could still be in finance in gaming, you could still be in marketing in gaming, you could still be all of this. It makes one big, I always say when I think of gaming it's like you're creating a movie, you know?
Yeah.
You need all of these things to make it work, and you need all of these skills to make it work, and we can't have all these skills. So I think just starting that and preaching that and giving it to people and showing people that there's so much more to gaming than just sitting there and creating this world of your own. So I think it's just giving out that information. Then that way, I think it's a step forward to creating employment and and opening up the minds of young people to say, hey man, this is something you can actually do.
Yeah, awesome. Ben, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, I think we kind of stuck in sort of like a vicious loop. Also, when we were doing our research, again, when we were mapping it, we figured that if you have, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. You need representation, you need role models, right? To make an industry, a profession attractive. And because we're so underdeveloped, we're not able to attract sort of people beyond passion developers or passion gamers. I'm comparing it to that data science and machine learning boom, right? Why did a lot of people pick up on that? Because there were promises of high salaries at the end of it. And it's something that you saw a lot of people do, a lot of conferences, a lot of people. We just can't do that at this moment because we cannot promise or guarantee people that high return with confidence. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Odelia, I'd like to
maybe
continue.
yes.
I just wanted
to add something. Sorry.
A European perspective. What is it that the market out there is looking for when it comes to African talent in the gaming space? What is it that our game developers in Africa should be focusing their efforts on in terms of content creation? What do the rest of the world want from us as Africans?
I just wanted to add something about the discussion before. What we've seen in Europe, because the game industry is a little bit older there, is really also this role model of the companies. And as you were saying, if we have companies that are successful and the studio and like Kiro Games or Space Salad or, companies that are a little bit older and really start to make a living out of games, it's also very, very important to show them and to make sure that everybody knows about these successes. And coming to your question, this is a big one. It's because you can make games in any subject. But what we really saw with these programs working with African and European teams is that really the whole background of African mythology, of African stories, is something that is really underrepresented, and really also has a big potential for games. And you're very good at telling stories, and that's why everybody is a little bit amazed that we don't have more of this kind of stories and of this kind of worlds that are being built around African values. So I think this is one of the points that I really would push forward and say this is incredible how many different worlds and you have, and it would be great to have more of this. On the other side, I think that the power of a lot of African developers is just being young and being very innovative. You see that big companies are very troubled being innovative and finding the right subject and the right doing new things, because when you're a big company, it's very difficult to nurture innovation. So this is also the positive thing about the African industry, being still these small entities and small teams. And I think it's great that you start now to speak about diversity. I think if you look at the European industry, it took us to more than 20 years to come to the point to realize this, and now you start with this. So having this kind of mindset plus the small agile teams, I think it's exactly what the industry needs worldwide. It's the power of innovation that is in Africa, actually.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the conversation has been quite interesting. I'd just like to know around the room, everyone can just tap in on this. What are your desires, your future aspirations when it comes to African gaming? What would you like to see in the future? Where do you think you want us to be as a community?
Yeah, I can start.
Yeah.
So for me, it's really on the content, because again, it also speaks to everything that happens behind the scenes and feed. I would like to see African landscapes in games, African music, African characters, people I can relate to, or stories I can relate to. And I know for sure the best people to do that are Africans, or the people that have lived experience. And yeah, so for me, it's the content. And if we sing the content, that means everything behind the scenes is going great.
Right. I think for me as well, it definitely has to be more of our African stories. If I will narrow it down, is more of our African history told through gaming, because that's what we're building, right? As our studio, we're telling this beautiful African story, and we're trying to tell it through gaming in something that can be more interactive. And, I think also involving women, because I feel like women have such a beautiful way of telling stories. And so just having more women in gaming, telling those African stories, and actually really narrowing it down to a point where people don't even have to ask what our beading pattern means, because it's told through our African. So when you're playing a game and a man is wearing a certain bead, that, oh, this actually means this, or this means that. So I'd like to see in that depth in the gaming industry, just more women and more African stories told by women for women at large. Yeah.
Thank you, Avizwa.
Yeah, definitely agree to both my colleagues, Avuzwa and Uben. We definitely need more African stories, but I believe given the opportunities, like the projects that we've done as well, like that organically comes, having more of these. I mean, 4 years ago, you wouldn't have seen this many black, also women-owned game studios, African gaming studios. So the landscape is changing, but it would be great if it would, be a bit accelerated. Another thing I just want to add, I feel on my end, I feel one of the also big hindrances that I would like to see it being overcome, or sort of like maybe work around, is policy making. So most of the things that are holding Africa back, actually, like I said, it's not the lack of talent, like I said earlier, or innovation. It's actually the policy makers, people who are making policy. They need to, there's a lot of, maybe we need to there should be strategies around easing certain things, on also just adapting to new tech that's coming there, because the tech is there, people are willing to work, but the policy ends up being the one thing that's holding people back. It's very difficult. Anyone will tell you, if you've tried to release a game across and you focus on Africa and you're trying to release across the African continent, not necessarily on Steam or established game stores, how difficult it is because of currency issues, because of legislation, because of different rules in terms of other countries, it limits, and also, working policy, people like the FPB and other sort of boards that, control certain, they put, like in terms of like age limits on games and things like that. They need to, because it's such a fast-moving industry. If the policy makers and the policy itself is taking too long to catch up to the technology, it does restrict a lot. So, and I did see that places like, like here at Fak'ugesi, I see a lot of people are coming on board. You're seeing I believe the PV is also going to be here, but also it's a great space where policymakers are here as well. They can meet with the actual creators and actually meet them halfway, because it really is not helpful to make policy in a vacuum. And you're not talking to the people you're trying to make policy to, because you don't know what what are their needs, right? You need to first, this is where it starts, actually. All the policymakers should have been on this panel, actually, and just see what the creators want, really. Okay, because then you make policy after seeing what the creators want, right? Creating in a vacuum is not going to help at all policy. So that's, for me, it's just on the policy. Also, it enables, like companies and organizations such as Spiel Fabrik, because they have ideas around, partnership and accelerator programs, to make it easier for those things to happen, right? So it loosens the restrictions and people can innovate and build.
Yeah, so I think it's very important to get our policymakers on board, like in a round table. So whatever policy that is going through, it's informed by the community as opposed to policymakers.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Odile, your closing remarks. Where would you like to see us as Africans in the bigger globe, bigger space in gaming?
Well, this is exactly what we were saying before. You are going to be one of the markets with the biggest growth in the next years. So what I would like to see is more of these professional companies growing and recruiting more young people from Africa, and having this opportunity not only to sell games with Africa, but to sell games internationally. So I think this is one of the things where we can contribute, is really giving access to the international market also. So not also making African games for African, but making really African games for the world, actually. This is what I would wish to see, and also what I would like to help working on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've heard quite a lot from our guests. Thank you very much. They have highlighted interesting projects, programs that we can all get on. They've also really given us great insights into the industry and how we can also get into the space, the importance of making sure that policy supports the work that we're supposed to do. So the question is now, from now on, where to? From now on, many opportunities abound us, and ours as an industry is to take up as much space and make use of the opportunities in advancing our African gaming agenda, in particular representation and the commercialization of our African games successfully. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. I hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the festival. And thank you to our panel. Thank you, Odile.
Thank you, Nondando. Thank you to our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much for the contributions you're making to the gaming space, and thank you for being here.
Sorry, can I make one announcement?
Yes, you can.
So we actually have some of our games on show on the gaming booth that's just here on the corner, and the other far corner that side. So when you guys leave, be sure to play test, check them out, and cheers. Cool.
Awesome. Please be sure to check out the gaming exhibitions right there, just as Ben has mentioned. Thank you so much. Our next panel we'll be having right now is the AI Art Africa panel. All right, just one moment. All right. We'll just be taking a 2-minute break. Thank you so much, everyone. Would you guys like to come down from there and move closer? Let's fill up the space, please. Let's fill up the space. Awesome, 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 awesome. Hello, explorers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have an exciting panel lined up, an exciting discussion on AI, and I think you guys might really be interested in it. The next panel is called AI Art Africa, and we'll be getting to know about the Open Lab residency in collaboration with Google. And our first panelist here is Dr. Tegan. How are you? Lovely, lovely stuff. So please make your way to the conference room. And for those who are here with us today, thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a lovely time. Don't forget to hashtag FromNow and tag us at Fak'ugesi on all your posts on social media. We'd love to see them as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, are we on? Are we live? Hi, everybody. It feels a bit weird because my other two panelists are in the UK and in Kenya, so that's just me here in the room. But nice to see you all. So my name is Dr. Tegan Bristow, and I'm at Wits University. And this year we started a collaboration with Google Arts and Culture Experiments Lab, and it's a focus on AI art in Africa. It's focusing specifically on NLP, which is natural language processing. For some of you think it's neuro-linguistic processing, but it's not. It's natural language processing. And today I've got two panelists with me, and I'm going to read their profiles and then invite the first to come on. So sorry, I have to read because I have a terrible memory. So the first panelist is in the UK. Her name is Pamela Peter Agbia, and she currently leads the Arts Residency Program at Google Arts and Culture Labs, which brings engineers within the Google, beyond Google, together to explore the creative possibilities of emergent technologies with artists, researchers, and cultural institutions. Beyond Google, she is also a student of AI ethics at the Leverhulme Center of the Future of Intelligence at the University of Cambridge, where she is exploring perceptions of ownership, authorship, in computational creativity to explore future legal and ethical frameworks for art making in machine learning. Very interesting person. You'll meet her soon. The other panelist that I have is Melissa Elela, who is in Kenya, in Nairobi today. Melissa Elela is an interactive media designer and lecturer. She also dabbles in illustration, animation, and research. She is co-founder of Lesso Stories, an interactive media studio that explores and experiments with storytelling using new and emerging technologies, with a focus on how such media can be used to create and retell African culture and African stories, specifically orature. She's very interested in language. She looks forward to the tipping point moment for women in tech and their increased participation in the fields of animation and interactive media production. So a beautiful group of people, even though it's just me here today. And I'd like to start with Pamela from Google Arts and Culture, if she can come on screen. Hi, Pamela. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm sad I'm not with you, Tegan, but
Yeah,
otherwise very well.
Awesome. Yay. Hi, Melissa. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Tegan.
Great. Thank you for coming through. Hi.
Thank you.
So we're going to start today with Pamela telling us a little bit more about Google Arts and Culture and what the Open Lab residency is about, and we'll pick up from there. Go ahead, Pamela.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. And let me know if it's coming up okay. Perfect. So, hi everyone. I'm Pamela, as Tegan mentioned, and yeah, very happy to be here today, although very sad, again, not to be there in person. I was planning to be, but some last minute travel put that plan to waste. So I'm going to give you, first of all, a very brief overview of Google Arts and Culture and the specific part of Google Arts and Culture that I'm in, which is the lab. Within the lab, there's a whole lot of programming that we do in collaboration with artists and technologists. And I'm really keen to share how our collaboration this year with the university and with Tegan kind of sits within that overall programming, as it takes a very special place in the work that we currently do and in the work that we're aspiring to do. So I'll kick off with Google Arts and Culture. So really at the heart of what Google Arts and Culture is about is access to arts and culture online. And the main way in which we do that is by building free tools and technologies with and for cultural organizations, with the goal of kind of being able to showcase archives and stories with global audiences all over the world. And how that happens is kind of really in three key ways. So first of all is preservation. So there's a digital preservation program which looks at elements of intangible culture that may be lost or may be at risk of being lost, and aims to find ways to preserve that culture kind of online. So we work with a team of archaeologists who are specialists in this field and collaborate with cultural institutions to bring these projects to life. The second part is really around inspiration, and at the heart of the Google Arts and Culture platform is is this huge discovery tool. So we're very lucky to work with cultural institutions all over the world. I think it's coming up to more than 2,000 now, who bring their kind of artworks and artifacts from so many different places, cultures, stories online. And the Google Arts and Culture platform is a place to be able to discover those works. So not only to explore new artifacts and cultures and stories, but also to discover new connections between them. And then finally, we are also doing a lot of work around new types of cultural experience and engagement, so online or physically, that are around kind of playfulness and creativity. So I'm sure some of you are aware of following the huge kind of proliferation around creativity tools that make use of AI and technology. And a key part of our work is, how can we create fun, accessible experiences that allow people to have new types of embodied, but also online experience with culture. So as I mentioned, I work as part of the Google Arts and Culture Lab, and I lead our Artists in Residence program. And the lab, in short, is a space for essentially to bring kind of creative and tech communities together to explore many of the areas that I just mentioned as new ways of being able to engage and experience art and culture online. So it's a physical space. So the main Google Arts and Culture Lab home is actually in Paris, and here you see a very scruffy room, which is full of the creative coders and engineers who form part of our residency program, as well as a space where we invite the culture sector, researchers, academics, and many more to come together to discuss some of these themes around new ways of engaging with art and culture through technology. However, the lab is so much more than that. We have a huge program that exists, again, in collaboration with artists and cultural institutions. And I've kind of defined them as 4 specific areas. So we develop many experiments, online experiments that are meant to kind of exist as public provocations around potential ways we can experiment with arts and culture online. You see this big circle because all 4 of these areas are as important to each other as possible, but many of the projects and collaborations we do don't come to light, and that's, I guess, a healthy part of experimenting in the first place. Then, as I mentioned, we do a lot of work around creative applications of technology and how we can bring those applications to users, to members of the public through playful experiences. And as I mentioned, the home for that is the Google Arts and Culture app, where people can test some of those out. And I'll be sharing a couple of examples later. Then a key part of the work and the privilege of this work is being able to collaborate with artists such as Melissa, who we have on today. And we collaborate with artists who are both already very familiar with and pushing the boundaries of technologies, but also with curious artists who may have a very different art practice that may or may not engage with different types of emerging technology. And then finally, we have a research program which happens in collaboration with research teams across Google, but also across academic institutions externally. So I'll take you through a couple of these areas. So as I mentioned, the main kind of part of our work is to create online experiments with our artists in residence, but also with a number of very different collaborators. And you can see all of these on arts and culture experiments with Google. I highlight a couple here. So the main picture you see is a project by one of our artists in residence, Jonathan Tonon. who created basically an AR synth. So you see a number of different synthesizers that you can explore and play with in AR to create your own music. Then on the other side of the deck, you see a few collaborations from our sustainability program, which is led by one of my colleagues. So Plastic Air and Pollinator Pathmaker are two projects that aim to bring climate data to life through artworks, through artistic practice. One created in collaboration with Georgia Lupi, who's a designer at Pentagram, and another by the contemporary artist Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg. Then the other two projects are a collaboration that we did with the Centre Pompidou around the artworks of Kandinsky, and aiming to create interactive versions of those artworks that bring to life some of the theories that Kandinsky was working with when making his work. And then finally, another AR artwork called The Deep Listener, which was created in collaboration with the Serpentine as part of an augmented architecture commission, and that was by the artist Jakob Kudsteensten. So I mentioned playful experiences, and I wanted to share a couple of the things that we've been working on. So as I mentioned, we partner with many cultural institutions and aim to find new and interesting ways of people being able to engage with the artworks and artifacts that exist on the platform online. And so we increasingly have a program of projects that deal with playful experiences. And here you see some of the AR art filters that exist on the Google Arts and Culture app that many people kind of like to play around and engage with. Then within this program, I thought I'd highlight an area of research we've been exploring around digital toys. So how can you have these fun, kind of embodied, playful experiences with artworks that kind of sit between the space of games, but also have kind of an element of just joyfulness to them. So here you see a performance in collaboration with a group of artists called Blob Opera, which was developed by an interaction designer and creative coder called David Lee. And this here is an example of a live performance we did with the Blobs to create music for our Google I/O conference a couple of years ago. So in short, just to explain what Blob Opera is, as I mentioned, it was exploring kind of broadly digital toys, but also looking at the idea of the voice as a musical instrument. So these 4 characters you see online, you can drag them up and down and essentially play the voices that come from each of the blobs that you see on the screen. And the project was kind of developed essentially by collaborating with 4 different opera singers to collectively train a neural network on the voices to enable them to be interactive. So here you see one of the stops from the online experiment, which allowed users to kind of play songs from different locations all over the world, including this one, which was in Cape Town, just off the back of Table Mountain. So next we have, as I mentioned, the core of our program, which is to collaborate with artists and enable access to emerging technologies for both people who are familiar with those technologies, but also people who are curious about them. And our collaboration with RITS, I think, as Tegan mentioned, is really focused around language. So I thought I'd highlight a couple of projects that engage with that theme to kind of set the set the tone for some of the work we'll be talking about later. So we have a program in collaboration with Google Research that is very much focused on artists and machine learning. And this is I guess a summary of some of the projects that came out of the last iteration of this program. And here you see 6 of the artists that made work in collaboration with Google researchers and creative technologists at the lab to experiment with new, I guess, new themes of AI and machine learning. I wanted to highlight the work of Alison Parrish, who is an incredible as programmer, a poet, but also researcher at NYU in the US. And the project that she made through this program, I find very fun and playful. I describe it as trying to find the latent space between words. And so the collaboration project that she made is called Nonsense Laboratory. And here you see basically these different provocations around how to playfully create new types of words, including one, which is the mixer, which basically takes 2 words and then uses a machine learning model to imagine what is the literal in between of those 2 words to create a new one. So here you see some of the random and strange words that came together, but I thought it was a very interesting experiment exploring language and the space between words that can form new types of word and meaning. I'll highlight one of the projects that explores language, which is called Poem Portraits from a couple of years ago. And this was in collaboration with the designer Ez Devlin. And at the heart of this experiment was the goal to curate a collective artwork, essentially a collective poem. So in this piece, which existed as an online artwork, but also as a physical installation, users were invited to submit a word, and from that word, I guess a piece of a poem would be generated that would be your personal poem, but also your personal contribution to a growing collective artwork formed of those snippets of poems. So here you see an example from Ez Devlin and another user as part of the physical installation, where they were able to have their own personal artwork projected onto their face as a photo that they could take away from the experience. And so finally, I come to research. So as I mentioned, we collaborate with research teams across Google, but also externally. And I think that brings us nicely to the work that we are doing with the University of Wits, but also with Tegan. And as I mentioned, the focus of this is very much around language. So the initial discussions with the university that informed this collaboration were really in discovering that language was a key area that we kind of already knew as a key theme and focus area of many of the research programs that are happening at Google, but also that it was a key, I guess, theme and cultural interest for many of the artists and collaborators that we were speaking to across Africa, many different countries across Africa. So we thought it would be really useful to kind of extend a program that was very much focusing on this theme. And that has really kind of kicked off the collaboration that we have engaged on with the university and with Tegan. So I thought I'd just close by giving a bit of an overview of the program as it stands. So we really started off by speaking to many artists, really invited by Tegan and the university to try and understand which themes of NLP or which themes of language already feature in different artists' work. And what was really fascinating, at least for me, what I found personally very enlightening was some of these themes like translation, like multilinguality. It was interesting to have the discussions to see that one word can mean so many different things, both as culture, both as themes within different artists' practice, but also as areas of research within Google. And the program is really aiming to create shared language around these themes and to develop and support artworks that are engaging with these ideas, not just, I guess, to support artistic practice in this area, but also to show, as I mentioned, the broad different ways in which we can experience and understand some of these ideas that are coming from research, but also that are informing the work of artists. So I'll kind of close there just with an overview of where we've got to on the program so far, and I'll hand over to Tegan to talk in more detail about the journey to date. But we've kind of kicked off with a series of workshops which were really around discovery around NLP and creative tools that engage with NLP today. And then we invited NLP researchers and scholars in the field to really dig into how some of the themes I shared earlier are actually evolving within research to try and make the connection between artistic practice and the development of these themes and tools and different tools and technologies. And then over the last couple of months, we've really been engaging with some of the ideas for projects and collaborations that have emerged from the artists that we have been working with. And we're currently at the stage now where we are happily supporting.
Sorry? Using people here. Sorry, can we can move it on, I think, a little bit more. It's very hot afternoon. People are walking out.
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That was my last slide.
That's all right.
I'll very happily hand over to you to talk about the program in more detail, and thanks to everyone.
Sure, sorry. I mean, I know I can see everybody's faces here and things are looking like pretty, oh, not keeping up. And I'm sorry because you're on the screen. It's really hard for everybody to kind of focus in the heat, and we've got air conditioners pumping. Thanks for you. Those are staying in. No, it's all good. Thanks, Pamela. So yeah, I think what Pamela is talking about here is just the fact that the residency has taken place, and we also wanted to speak a little bit of, it hasn't taken place, it's in formation essentially, and it's the first experiment that we're having with Wits University and Google Arts and Culture to try and bring artists into this framework of AI. Right? And AI, I mean, you heard Pamela speak a little bit about language and about this and about that. And I think the AI framework is still quite difficult for people to understand what exactly is happening with AI. You see AI in animation, you see AI with, Mid-Journey, but what exactly is happening with AI and NLP? So natural language processing is something that we've been focusing on specifically in this residency process. I also just want to point to a few students that are in the room. Hello, thank you for coming. So we've been working at Wits with a group of 7 students who are specifically looking at this question of AI and art, trying to unpack it from an African perspective. And when we did start talking about language, we were also thinking about what does it mean for African languages. We all know that Siri can speak English and Siri can speak French, but does she know how to speak Swahili and Zulu, etc., etc.? So it's been a very, very exciting process for us to basically bring together a good group of creative artists from the continent to come and start exploring this. So we're literally at the very, very beginning of this residency. And we've chosen 10 artists. We're still confirming some of them. Some of them we do know that we're working with, who'll be working with Google Arts and Culture to basically build out proposals that will specifically focus on how natural language processing interacts with some of the really gorgeous things that you've just seen Pamela present that the Experiments Lab does. So very kind of app-based, interactive, playful, but with a focus on African languages. We're very excited about this. We have been working with a community of people called Masekane. I don't know if any of you in the room, I know my students have because I made them research it, but a community of people called Masekane who are essentially a huge collective of AI researchers across the continent who've been doing a lot of really extraordinary work of bringing African languages into the AI space. So there's like a West African chapter, a North African chapter, an East African chapter, and a Southern African chapter. And we've been working really nicely with them to consult with the artists and also consult with us on how best this can happen. So, sorry, I know it's like Saturday, people are feeling tired, so I'm trying to like hurry it up a bit, keep it exciting. And we have an artist with us today, so we've just confirmed this, as I said. So Melissa Lela is a Kenyan-based artist who was working in AI in her work before. And we felt this was a really, really good sample for you guys here to understand what actually is going to happen with the African practice, with the African artists, within the African language framework. So we've invited Melissa to come and speak a little bit about her history and also what she's going to be doing in the residency. And then from then, we can ask questions, we can engage a little bit with Pamela as well, because she's an extraordinary resource, and I think it's probably much cooler in the UK than it is now, so she's not really aware of how tired we are. But if we can have Melissa on screen, and Melissa can kind of briefly present to us her history of work and why AI, as an animator and an interactive VR maker, is really interesting for her. Is she still on?
Right, I just...
Hi, Melissa.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi. Right, I'll just go ahead and share my screen. Right, so hi everyone, thank you so much, Tegan. I'm really happy to be here today. Good. I'll just talk a bit about work I've done before and then try and contextualize it for the residency so you better understand my history, my background, and how that connects to what I intend to do. I usually like to start off with this phrase whenever I talk about my work. And this is just how stories often are told. Like many of you, where I come from, there's usually like a whole ritual to storytelling, things that one has to say, story prompts, or storyteller prompts that the audience has to respond to for the story to proceed. So for my area, people say this word, they say jasigana agano, which is, would you like to tell your story? And the response usually is ganwa jasigana. And then more commonly, there is hadithi, which is Swahili, which is story, and then story come, you respond and say hadithi njo. There's a reason I start with this. Some time back, I came across a very interesting piece of writing, actually was a master's dissertation by a very much beloved Kenyan author. And this was the research I was doing for my PhD work. And in this particular thesis, the writer or the author, she's called Asna Daga. She unpacks the nuances of the traditions and practices that usually abound around storytelling amongst the Luo people in Western Kenya. And this was really fascinating to me on two accounts. One, I'm from the region, and so it was really interesting to get a glimpse of storytelling practices that are long past, also oftentimes forgotten. But most importantly, it stirred curiosity on how such traditions would offer a sort of framework or grounding for retelling in digital media. And I'm actually going somewhere with this. We have become like so acquainted with Western storytelling frameworks that it's become like a default mode of telling, and this is everything from the Aristotelian approaches to narratology to things like three-act story structure. and also other conventions in visual media, like in film and games and animation, so much that I feel other modes of telling have become overshadowed. African oral storytelling usually is very performative, it's very participatory, it's very communal, and it comes to life in a session where the storyteller engages with audience in a repertoire of rich verbal and non-verbal resources or interactions that bring that story to life. The audience members also will interact with the storyteller through mimicry, through banter, through song, through dance, as part of that storytelling ritual. And something that I feel is like a challenge with documenting that experience in media is that you actually lose it. You lose that feeling of being immersed in that live telling. You lose the ability to interact with the storyteller because it's just recorded, it's just archived. You're not able to interact with the storyteller anymore. The other thing that has been like a motivation for the work that I do also at Leicester Stories, which is a studio that I co-founded, is that the tradition of the practice of oral storytelling is more or less like a dying act. And many young people are quite unfamiliar with some of the stories that were told from a distant past, or even how to tell such stories. So one of the things that really is pushing us in the studio is we're trying to create or celebrate this practice of storytelling, this aspect of cultural heritage, and include both the tangible and intangible aspects of storytelling. I usually like to say that at Leicester Stories, we love to speculate. I call this constructive speculation about the what-ifs of storytelling using new emerging technologies. We usually ask ourselves questions like, how can new tools like VR, like virtual humans, which are very much obsessed with, like AI, lend themselves to oral retellings of traditional African stories? And this is not just about replicating what happens in live telling sessions. We're also thinking critically about African storytelling frameworks and what this has to offer in the visual space. For the work that we've done before, the first iteration of this project actually had 3 stories, 3 separate but related stories. There was, the legend of Luanda Magere, who's a very famous Luo warrior from Western Kenya. There's a myth of a sunken village called Simbi Nyaima, and there's a fable, which is quite common all over Africa, about why tortoise has a broken shell. And this was just to show the range of different stories that can be told, different themes, and also different genres and topics. We recently had the first public showcase of one of the stories. It was a VR experience, that's Luanda Magere, and had a really great, good feedback from the people in attendance during the Makonde Literary Festival that was held in Nairobi just a couple of days ago. But in all these 3 stories, what is central to what connects them also is the virtual storyteller, the virtual being who is the virtual storyteller. And we implement this as a kind of embodied conversational agent that is capable of telling a story via multimodal means. Remember, I mentioned it being communal, it being participatory, it involving not just one mode of telling. It's verbal, it's performative as well, verbal and non-verbal. So the virtual teller is able to interact via multimodal means by what she says and how she says it. And this is relevant to also extending the understanding of the story being told. So we experimented with different approaches to implementing this. And we found that 3 things were central to sort of making this function really well. That was the believability of the virtual storyteller, the appearance of the virtual storyteller, and the movement, appearance and movement, and then the interaction of the virtual storyteller. So, and also in implementing this, we also had a couple of challenges. For example, I mentioned this was the first example of like a low-scale experimentation of a chatbot service, whereby the chatbot actually had a corpus that was trained on this particular piece of literature, copy the text, Song of the Wino, and it was initially just text-based, and then moving beyond that, we added a 3D layer to it. This is a much later version, but the earlier version was a very basic 3D layer, and the limitation then was that the text-to-speech service that we used actually had a very small range of voices, and within that small range of voices, none of them sounded like the character that was on screen, like it didn't sound African at all. So that was a great limitation back then, and of course it's great to see that many groups and many initiatives have come up to try and resolve this. So there's way more range in terms of voices that sound more authentic, sound more African, that can be used for this kind of purpose. But in the first iteration for us, that was a huge challenge of trying to get believable text, believable speech synthesis voices that actually can make this character truly come to life as a virtual storyteller. And then another challenge we experienced with this implementation was that we couldn't find like a wide range of available motion capture data sets that can be used as part of the motion synthesis to make the character respond in an appropriate way, because gestures are also very culturally specific. So having gestures that were contextualized for our case, for the region from whence the storyteller is supposed to be coming from, we couldn't get that kind of mocap database, and we had to create our own small library of motion capture files that we could then use for context. And then the other challenge was that, with a chatbot service as like the brain for the virtual storyteller, there is a higher chance of breaking the authorial intent or the verisimilitude of the story being relayed, because it's quite possible for the audience to ask a question and the question deviates away from how the story should flow. So that was one of the challenges we had in the early implementations. And of course, a workaround for the voice, for example, in the case was using pre-recorded dialogue and then implementing behavior markup language for the system to understand what's being said and then pick appropriate responses that were actually pre-recorded audio. Of course, a limitation with that is that you can only have a set of pre-recorded dialogues, pre-recorded audio files that you can use to trigger as a response, versus the chatbot service that can have lots and lots of branching out responses for the response. So for the residency, which I'm really, really excited to be part of, I'm trying to bring in lessons I've learned, things I've picked over the couple of years that I've been doing this, and putting it in a slightly different context where we are thinking about how to create like generative stories using a corpus of early recorded text from like over 100 years ago. And I'll come to that to show you a few examples of what we have collected thus far. We're calling this project ASOS Loom, and that's Tales from the Spider's Wife. Usually everybody's had like stories of Anansi. He has like amazing stories to tell from lots of Anansi tales. And usually when Anansi has a problem, he turns to someone, he turns to his wife, who's called ASOS. But we seldom hear about ASOS stories. So we're calling this project ASOS Loom, and what ASOS Loom is going to be all about is essentially using machine learning and context-free grammars to implement this kind of procedural recombination of story units. So small nuggets of stories from all this collection, this corpus that we collected, and then merging them and synthesizing them into new story outputs. So these new stories will then become like an ode to the imagining of ASOS and hard tales. Eventually, we also hope to make it multimodal to also include, audio and audio that's going to be based on, text to speech to implement the audio bits, and hopefully animation to make it move. So these are examples of some of the data sources that we're using to inform that I intend to use to inform the stories we're going to be mixing together. And many of these are like really, really old. This is from the 1900s. The most recent is like from the 1920s. But they contain a really rich collection of stories. And we're thinking, well, these stories can become new tellings by way of mixing and merging them together. And context-free dramas would offer that kind of ability to mix different nuances or different and variables, aspects from the different stories. The other bit to the multimodal expression is we're thinking about also having outputs that are image-based. So these were experiments that are done in Midjourney that's became quite popular a couple of months ago. And these would be examples of characters from the stories that are like reimagined. It's not just the usual hare and tortoise, it's a different imagining of tortoise, for example, or of hyena, and the story would then be something like why hyena won the race versus the old story about why tortoise won the race. So this would be like a kind of a mix of an old story, but then different characters would be introduced to that. Other characters would be, for example, think about characters like Shun, these are like imaginings of those characters. There's a character from a story of the second village, and we have the character, this would be an imagining of that character in image form. But this would be like a very small segment of the story synthesis, if I could call it that. This is like a secondary output of it. The main thing is the stories that are being generated that are in text form and how they're being told in the audio form. And this would just be something that's supporting the final output. So that's really it in a nutshell, what I'm thinking about doing in this residency. And yeah, I also just talk a bit about how my work flows into that.
Great. Thank you so much, Melissa, for telling us a little bit more about the context. And I think what's really exciting about Melissa's work is that it responds very well to the fact that there's actually not a lot of resources available to train AIs. So the fact that she's bringing in all these beautiful stories, and no matter how old they are, to kind of train the AI to make the work and interact with her understanding of what these stories can be and how the machine can then generate new ones from them or different experiments with them is very exciting. Do we have any questions specifically from the group? I know it's like a small group of us here today. I feel like you should all come in closer. Any questions for Melissa, for Pamela? Yes, hi. There's a mic for you.
Thank you.
Can we have the speakers on the screen, please?
So my question is for Melissa. I noted on one of her screens it looked like a chatbot text box input screen. And I wanted to know if the technology behind it is IBM Watson's AI for that particular
absolutely.
chatbot. Thank you.
Right. Good question. So that was IBM Watson. And the visual component to that was implemented within the Unity game engine. There is an SDK that works really well, an IBM Watson SDK that works within Unity.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Somebody who knows what they're doing here and can identify them. Any other questions? Did you have a question up there? Was that a yes? Was that a no? Students, I want to ask you to ask questions. Eduardo, yeah.
Hi. I mean, this is a bit of a sneaky question as a festival director, but I mean, I saw the kind of blob choir and I was like, oh. So I'm also really interested then in how, I mean, I know the project is just starting, but then how to showcase this work both locally and overseas, because then I think, thanks Melissa, I'm super excited to see kind of what you're working on. Mm-hmm. Then how do we show like international audiences, but then also local audiences, what this work is and how, you know, how it can also be shown at a different scale, because I was also really enjoying seeing that kind of blob orchestra or choir, and just seeing the kind of, the form of its presentation also then really kind of inspiring people, I think for me is also quite interesting.
Yeah, so I think Pamela can definitely speak to this. So actually, it's the Blob Opera was one of Pamela's like personal projects that she directed and ran, and the notion is that all the works, when the works go into following the residency, once the proposals have been developed, they will be going into Google Arts and Culture and actually developing apps that everyone can access. So obviously, we're hoping to kind of group them a little bit and have more discussion about the particular African ones. But maybe Pamela can speak to that too. She still on?
Sorry, I put myself on mute. No, so it's a really good question, and I think that is one of the aims and goals of the collaboration in the first place. So I think when we were having early discussions with Tegan, we also wanted to make sure that we were supporting, kind of facilitating community across kind of artists and technologists across the continent. So having found interesting conversations that were happening between different groups across different countries. But at the same time, we were also interested, and I think Melissa touched upon it, that a lot of the themes that were coming up in some of the existing collaborations we're doing actually, when having the conversations with artists at the beginning of this program, were very completely different. So it felt like immediately looking at the different ways artists that interpreting and exploring some of the themes around language is already a great opportunity for a more kind of global context that is interesting, I think, for everyone involved. And to your point, I think one of the things that we always aim to do is to position the collaborations and work that we do in both kind of a local and a global context. So I think the project that I shared earlier around artists and machine learning is a good example of that, with 6 artists who are all from completely kind of very different places, coming together to explore a series of technologies, but also collaborating together to tell the stories of their experience while on that residency. So it's definitely something that we aim to achieve and do with this program too. And yeah, we're currently at the stage of trying to think of good platforms to showcase some of the work that comes out of the program in both contexts.
Yeah, and to build on that a little bit, I mean, at the moment we're developing 10 proposals with the artists, and they're all incredibly diverse and all looking at very, very different questions of language, playfulness, more serious, all finding ways to train AIs with different bits of resources that are available. So it's an exciting one, and we don't quite know where it's going yet, but glad to hear that there's lots of plans to look at it from both locally and outside. Yeah. I'm actually really sad Pamela's not here. She was so meant to come, and then she would have met us all. And any other questions? Combo Chapika, how are you?
Thank you. I wanted to ask, are there any accessible tools for artists to use their own existing catalogs or portfolios as training data and then plug them into these, whether it's like, you know, the platforms to generate the output images?
So this is a good question for Pamela to speak about the tools that are available in Google, and I know there are a few. Did you hear that question, Pam?
Yes, I did. And yes, I think it's a really great question, because that is the next, I think, iteration of how artists are wanting to use these tools. So there are a number of tools. So we're actually quite agnostic. So there are a number of open source tools. There are Google specific tools around, for example, text to image generation, but also text generation in and of itself. And I think Melissa's a really great example of exactly how you can do that. So a key part of this residency program is around trying to establish or discover or create new types of data sets to use with some of the existing tools that are already out there. And a lot of the work that we're supporting it is specifically around that, how you can create and curate your own data set to use these tools. So in short, yes, absolutely. And I think that's what's going to make a lot of the outcomes of some of these projects kind of really interesting. As Tegan mentioned, they'll be engaging with data sets and material that we haven't really seen used in some of the tools that we'll be sharing and supporting artists to work with over the residency.
Combo, does that answer your question? Are you a little bit?
I mean, I know they exist, but are they accessible or are they like in the works? Like, because I've gone online and used the Colab platform, which is free and available online. Is there anything like that where you can just kind of go and like have a zip file of 10 years worth of images, you know?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, like we try to point to existing tools that are already online, and then of course there are a key part of the residency program is that artists are able to try out and engage with research projects that aren't necessarily yet out. So it's kind of a yes and a no, in that we support and facilitate tools that are already out there, but also a key part of the residency program is being able to access and try out and experiment with tools that aren't yet, I guess, fully kind of out and open to the public. And that is because I guess artistic engagement with research at an early stage is a key part of the residency program itself.
Great. Any other questions from the room? I think it's a bit of a watch this space situation right now, because it is really the first residency that Google's having with African artists, looking at creating generative, interactive works with language and in experimental and artistic ways. So we're really, really hoping that this is the beginning of a relationship that will go forward. And of course, we're so excited about the prospects of the works. And Melissa is really just one example of 10 proposals that are coming through. So we're very excited about these prospects. I think we could probably wrap up. We're coming close to the end. Did you have a question? Oh, someone's talking. Oh, you have a question. You're here. Hi.
Hi, I wanted to ask, how can you start as a young, inspired person?
How can you start as a young, inspired person? Start with what exactly?
And being an innovator.
Being an innovator? Well, you could, it's so complicated because we've been talking about AI right now, right? So I feel like I need to give her an answer about AI, and yet AI is still one of the most unknown, unpacking spaces. But if you learn to code, it's a really good place to start. Okay, awesome. Any other comments or anything from anyone else in the room? Do you guys have any reflections as students who've been working? I'm putting you on the spot.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Over the last year, we've been working with AI and trying to understand how AI relates with art. And it is a deep and complicated topic, to say the least, because AI is a very technical space. It is very complicated if you don't understand programming, if you don't understand how the AI works, or how machine learning or NLP or any of that means. So as an artist, trying to get into that space can be daunting. But what I can say is, especially with the help of Masakane, for me as an African person and an African artist, is that there are spaces out there which are trying their best to make the space of AI more accessible to African artists and just artists in general. So what I would say to everyone here and anyone watching is make use of the tools that are available to you, because not only does it help you as an artist, it also helps the programmers and the people who are creating these AI. It helps them, and in turn it helps you. It's sort of like a circle, I guess. So if you get a chance, go to masakane.io, look at all the papers that they are working on, and yeah, just try and engage with the tools that are there, because it's helping you, it's helping us, and it's helping the AI learn as well, and in turn just makes everything easier.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think our engagement with Masakane has been very informative, and Combo, actually, it's a really good place for you to maybe find a place where you can test some stuff out and run them. They're an amazing community of AI engineers across the whole continent, so that's quite an exciting space, yeah. Thank you for that. Anyone else? No? All right. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Melissa and Pamela, for being here. And yeah, I'm sorry it was such a hot day and everyone's like battling to focus a little bit. The fans are glowing, which also makes me a bit sleepy. But thank you so much for presenting today, and thank you so much for everybody who came to listen. And we hope that next year we'll actually be able to show some of the works at Fak'ugesi. So watch the space. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tegan.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you to our lovely panelists. Thank you for all the wonderful information that you've given us. I've learned a lot about AI. I hope you have as well. This concludes our live streaming. This concludes our conference. Thank you so much for joining us today. To everyone here and everyone at home, thank you so much for joining us. And I'd like to send out a reminder. There is an intermediaries mixer up there on the deck. Please feel free to join in. It's at 5 p.m. And we are going to be having our karaoke as well. Please prepare your songs. I see you in the room. I marked your faces. But before you prepare your vocal cords for that tonight at 7, at 5 o'clock, we're going to be having our intermediaries mixer. Everyone in this room is invited. It's up on the deck at 5. Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great day. Don't forget to hashtag us from now on and tag us at Fak'ugesi as well. And the gaming showcase is still running as well here in the iClub, and there are other expos as well that you can see as well. Have fun. Turn to your neighbor, say, hello, explorer. Hello, explorer. There we go. You're still here. Great. See, we've absorbed all the information. Thank you all for coming today. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. My name is Dogozo. Nice to meet you guys. Bye.